Boasting more than a half century of providing the finest in screen printed and embroidered apparel. Based in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Bob Hilbert Sportswear specializing in the racing industry along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising option is a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and funds. Check out Bob Hilbert Sportswear on the web at bobhilbert.com or do some shopping on the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. Right now, the Action Track USA brand new apparel is from Bob Hilbert Sportswear. It's available at the novelty stand out back. The official fuel for the Short Track Super Series is Sunoco. As the largest manufacturer of racing gasolines in the world, Sunoco Race Fuels has a 40-year track record of winning performances with an expanded product line. Sunoco offering drivers more choices than ever before. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Sunoco Race Fuels, proud to present the Short Track Super Series start and restart zone as well as the checkered flag. And the official tire is American Racer. Known for their quality, durability, repeatability, and value, American Racer tires boasting a tradition of craftsmanship and innovation dating back to 1915. American Racer, race, win, repeat. Visit the official American Racer website at AmericanRacerOnline.com. So thanks to American Racer, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Our specialty marketing partners for the year include Bicknell Racing Products sponsoring Victory Lane. When the checkered flag drops at every Short Track Super Series event, drivers will be celebrating in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Bicknell Racing Products got to start when Pete Bicknell was in high school building his first race car as a senior project. More than 40 years later, the St. Catharines, Ontario chassis manufacturer has developed into the industry leader with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities in St. Catharines, Ontario and Niagara Falls, New York. Visit Bicknell Racing Products.com or like Bicknell Racing Products on Facebook, X, or Instagram. And Barron's Performance Warehouse, white flag, 1 lap to go. Before they reach Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane, drivers will be taking the Barron's Performance Warehouse, white flag, 1 to go in all STSS events. Barron's Performance Warehouse, founded by Harry Barron in 1972 as Barron's Speed Center, a general speed and tire shop aimed at the general automotive market. In 1982, the decision was made to focus on the parts and service market and leave behind Harry's career as a driver. The Speed Center has grown to be a nationally known leader in the automotive racing industry. Barron's Performance Warehouse, located on Meadow Road, Florida, New York, can be found on the web at barrons.com or by phone at 845-651-7389. And Troyer Dirt Cars sponsoring 2 to go at all 2026 Short Track Super Series modified and sports events. Troyer Dirt Cars presenting the 2 to go lap. Troyer Dirt Cars is a continuation of the same great craftsmanship and race car building expertise that began with Troyer Engineering in 1977. Troyer Dirt Cars, the home of the TD5 chassis and components. Visit TroyerDirtCars.com to learn more. Dirt Draft Hot Laps will be coming up momentarily as the Hyper Racing 600s roll in the racetrack. Dirt Draft Hot Laps gets the night started at every Short Track Super Series race. Go to dirtdraft.com or download the all-new Dirt Draft app on the Apple or Google App Stores. New features, new games, and a new speed shop. Become the 2026 Short Track Super Series Fantasy Champion. At each event, the user has a $100,000 salary cap to spend on 5 drivers. Each driver has a different salary based on past results. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition on the series-long leaderboards. All right, alongside of me tonight here in the booth, Earl Hoon Jr., my partner for the Short Track Super Series, Barry Angstadt, the very awesome voice of Action Track USA. Earl, here we go, your second year at Action Track USA.
And it's always a good one when the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series visit Action Track USA here in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Barry, you are the voice here at Action Track USA. We were just looking over in front of us, and it is a jam-packed crowd here tonight. Probably the first time all year that we have to start to use Kutztown University, which is located on the backstretch, to use their overflow parking lot.
I always judge the crowd. I don't even look to my left or my right. I look into the parking lot, and it is absolutely packed. And yes, when they've got to start parking across the street, thankful that we have that spacious parking area over there at the university for the overflow, and we know it's a good night. People just love watching the modifieds rip around this little bull ring.
No doubt about it, and we're talking big block modifieds here on this tight racetrack, these tight confines of Action Track USA. And this, you know, what makes this race so great is that it has a pretty good moniker to it, right? The Berks County Brawl, and we always know that the gloves come off here at Kutztown.
Very, very fitting name for the event, and we've seen it. But, you know, I think back to the first year that the modifieds were here, 3 years ago now, And we ran 50 laps, or very close to 50 laps in that main event, clean and green. Oh, they were rubbing is racing, right? Trading a little tin, but it was awesome. Racing, close, exciting, but we went almost caution-free. Haven't done that since, not quite.
Yeah, 3 or 4 probably max, right? The last couple of years, that's it.
I think so, yeah, not a whole lot. No carnage that was predicted before the modifieds ever raced here.
And a photo finish last year.
Absolutely.
And another thing I like to touch on here, guys, is the weather. It's probably been about 4 to 5 days since we last saw the sun here in central PA, right? And across the mid-state area, a lot of places have probably received over an inch of rain between that system that came up from the Gulf a couple of days ago, canceling a lot of races in the northeast corridor of the great US of A, and you can tell the guys were hungry to come back out here on a Tuesday night.
Drivers and fans.
Yeah,
Hungry. Yeah, they're still in holiday mode, I think, and a beautiful Tuesday evening to be here and watch some exciting racing, and can't wait, man. We're ready to go.
Yeah, and normally Action Tracks, Barry, always is Wednesday, but we make this race Tuesday to use Wednesday as a backup, so we didn't need to use it considering what the weekend was just like. But all right, 600s are putting some finishing touches on the racetrack. They'll be doing their hot laps first, followed by the Mad Scramble. Barry will explain that when we get to that. Then we'll get into Dirt Draft hot laps for the modifieds. The drivers drew for what heat race they will be in, and they will be coming out for hot laps and timing their hot laps to determine the starting lineup in their heat races. So they'll be warming up against their own heat race group, and those heat race lineups will be determined by the warm-up times. Looks like we've got an outstanding field, 45 or 46 Hyper Racing 600s. We got 23 Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall Modifieds in the house tonight. Looks like the drivers are getting sent to the infield, some of them. Thanks again to New Jersey Quality Drywall, owned and operated by former modified driver Dave Whitty. New Jersey Quality Drywall, founded in 1980 and incorporated nearly a quarter century ago in 1999. New Jersey Quality Drywall, servicing the tri-state, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and area and beyond. With residential and commercial work, residential capabilities include furnishing and installing drywall from single-family homes to large developments. Their commercial work includes steel framing, insulation, drywall, acoustic ceilings, and commercial fit-outs. New Jersey Quality Drywall can be reached at 908-835-1880 or 908-303-9040 or whittygroup@gmail.com. Barry, 600s are on the track.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, the field has been split now, so the wheel packing, the running into the racing surface complete. Time to cut them loose now. Christian Bruno going by the flag stand. The Hyper Racing Chris Snyder owned number 5. Bruno winning an exciting main event here back on May the 3rd. Early kind of reminded me of the finish in Indianapolis on Sunday, or I should say the Indy finish reminded me of our race, because Christian, we had a late restart like Indy. Christian pulled even with Connor Gross, the leader, and coming out of turn 4, just won the drag race to the start-finish line. Beat him by a foot or so to pick up the victory. That's been our only race here to date, and it certainly was an exciting one for the Hyper Racing 600s. Bruno again, car number 5, going by the start-finish line right now. So he becomes the early point leader with the win in the season opener. Going by the flag stand right now, driving Dave Bodine's Orange Crush, number 99, out of Allentown, the natural Briggs Danner. Danner won the Speedster main event back here in our season opener on May the 3rd. And if you follow along with the USAC AMSOIL National Sprint Car Series, Danner victorious, as you may know, last Thursday night at Circle City Raceway out in Indiana. That was his second USAC national victory of the season. So he will definitely be a threat here in a few weeks, just about a month away now when the Eastern Storm takes place. The USAC AMSOIL National Sprint Cars invading Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and they'll be right here Sunday, June the 21st. Telling them, the drivers now, to pick up the pace a bit. Green flag on our first set of hot laps for the evening. We see Kyle Lick out there motoring out of turn number 2, driving Zach Light's number 11Z. Lick won this race 1 year ago when the modifieds were here with us. Kyle Lick down the front chute, trying to repeat his win of 1 year ago. Kyle Hervé, the Cars number 24, heading on to the backstretch right now. Kenny Miller III, the 23M, roaring off corner number 2 at the moment as the checkered flag waves on the first set of hot laps. Kenny going by you right now in the front chute, a winner here last year in 600 sprint competition. He is a former track champion here at Action Track USA, and he already has a win this year with the USAC East Coast Sprint Car Series. Group 2, 4 warm-ups, and then our third group here in the staging area will actually be the first race of the night, the Mad Scramble. The winner of that 8-lap Mad Scramble will transfer directly into tonight's 25-lap main event. Heading into corner number 1 right now, the White's Mechanical. Number 6, that is Hollywood Colin White. Picked up a point title here not too many years ago. And following him, multi-time track champion in both the 600 sprints and speedsters right here at Action Track USA. Tonight, he is wheeling the 600cc Performance Barry and Cheryl Greth Storm Chassis. Number 71, the Wheelmaster General out of Douglasville, Timmy Buckwalder. In that first group, the number 10 out of Carneys Point, New Jersey, Wayne Scott, was quickest in Group 1. Fast lap of 13.768. 13.768. Track still a little bit greasy. It's going to get faster and faster as we get more laps on it here in warm-ups. But Wayne Scott, so far, quickest of the 600s in Group 1. Group 2 now beginning to pick up some steam. Green flag about to wave. There we go. Nate Freed out of Sellersville, car number 91, working his way through turns 1 and 2 at the moment. The 9W, the big deal, Weston Doakland, the Superior Automotive Service, number 9W. Heading in down the back chute and into turn 3. Larry Kelleher in car number 76. Great looking race car making his way down the back chute at the moment.
And Barry, looking at lap times, we are officially in the 12-second bracket right now for hot laps for the 600 micro sprints. Nate Freed in the 91. He is going to be the fastest driver overall right now at a 12.647, but the track is gaining a lot of speed, as looks like James Roselli is going to go to the top of the pylon with a 12.559. That's a 12.559.
And there goes Roselli by the flag stand, headed for turn 1. He was in the Midwest, as were a few of the other competitors over the weekend. Big race for the 600s out in the Midwest. I know they were hampered a bit by weather, and they raced when they could, and then made the long drive back home, hustled home to compete here tonight. So that should set the stage for our Mad Scramble. Again, 8-lap race for drivers who did not qualify the previous event, or maybe were not here for that one. They can enter the scramble. It is their practice time. It's also a race. And the winner of the Mad Scramble will go directly into tonight's 25-lap feature.
And he goes into the handicapping, wherever his handicapping puts him.
Which is another really big plus, because they could end up with a really nice starting spot in that main event.
So I got to cross out the 0, carry the 1, add the 2.
Yeah.
And I think I got it.
It'll make sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
The myth is that the winner of the scramble starts on the pole. That is not correct. They go into the handicapping.
No.
That's the myth.
Yes.
And we all know how that goes in the racing industry.
Oh, yeah.
We all know how myths go.
All right, let's give you that starting lineup now for the Mad Scramble. On the pole, driving car number 3, Dominic Schmidt. Second starter from nearby Fleetwood, PA, the 65Z, Jake Fisher. Lining up third, it'll be the 32K, Carter Kunzman. And going fourth, the winner at Hamlin Speedway about a week ago, the Z71, Michael Nolf. The Z29 of Evan Nolf will line up fifth, going sixth in the 4J. That's Julian Rexroad. Out of Boyertown, the 7R, Luke Repsick will line up in seventh. Then comes the 66 of Billy Koch, the 12S winner down at Airport Speedway a few weeks back, Brianna Snyder. The number 18, the winner of the East Coast Indoor Dirt Nationals in Trenton earlier this winter, Zach Beeler in this show, driving car number 18. Somebody he knows well, his dad, the icon, Pat Beeler, car number 44, going to run the Mad Scramble. And the 12th and final starter in car number 12, Amanda Bouchel. Now, in addition to the winner of the scramble moving into the main event, also going to pick up a nice little cash bonus courtesy of our friend Keith Gerhardt. So thank you, Keith, for once again sponsoring this year's Mad Scramble. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for racing at Action Track USA. The Berks County Brawl is officially underway. Jake Fisher going to bolt to the early lead. Schmidt not going to let him get away. Dominic challenged off of turn 4, couldn't do it. We got trouble here on the front chute. You can't park there. We could say that to about 6 of the race cars. Some of them I know getting to a stop just to avoid contact, and they are driving away quickly. Julian Rexroad sitting down here sideways by the flag stand, the 4J. Billy Koch in the Hearst number 66. Looks like both Rexroad and Koch going to be able to drive away. Luke Repsick in the 7R. Involved along with
we might have a replay on that. We'll wait and see if the truck has it for us.
Kate Mattern, the 22K. Kate, and we apologize for omitting her in that starting lineup. Kate Mattern out there, the 22K.
We had a late edition. That was probably her, Barry.
32K of Carter Kunzman. Unfortunately, going to need the assist from the four-wheeler to get back to the trailer.
We'd like to mention for the Short Track Super Series, BA Custom Headers sponsoring the redraw at the conclusion of heat races. Top qualifiers take part in the BA Custom Headers redraw. More than 25 years in the header fabrication business, BA Custom Headers of Genoa, New York can customize your power curve for a broader range of power. Each header or exhaust setup has been tried and tested and chosen by top modified and late model teams across the country. BA Performance Headers on the web at baheaders.com, on Facebook, BA Headers, and Instagram at BA Headers.
One lap officially scored, 1 down, 7 to go. In the mad scramble, Jake Fisher, 65Z, the race leader, got ahead out in front of Dominic Schmidt. Set the pace there on the opening trip around the oval. Schmidt will restart on the outside of row number 1. Michael Knopf, the Z71. As we mentioned, Knopf picking up the victory at the Pearl of the Poconos, Hamlin Speedway, about a week and a half ago. And my goodness, look who's already up to 4th after starting near the back of the pack. Pat Beeler in the number 44. Pat with a great restart on the high side. Watch the icon go to work. He'll come out on top of the 3-wide battle for second spot as Dominic Schmidt gets away with the race lead. And we've got trouble in the middle of 3 and 4. Also in turn 1, one car over. I believe that is Fisher, the 65Z of Jake Fisher, after contact with another race car. And that will put us under red with 2 laps in the books. Fisher, who led lap 1, fell back on that last restart, slid backwards a few spots, and just looked like got together. Not sure who that other car was. Saw him get together with another car as they both went sailing into turn 1 on the high side. Same time, car was spinning out in the middle of 3 and 4. Driver okay. The driver is good, and you can see him driving away. Refired. And we'll see if Jake Fisher is able to tag the back of the field and get ready for the restart.
You know, guys, we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast how pretty much we have a standing room only crowd here. And normally, in years past, the Bob Hilbert Sports Tour Short Track Super Series would visit Action Track USA once. However, that changes this year. We have 2 shows, and our next show coming up here at Kutztown is going to be August 5th. That is when the Bob Hilbert Sports Tour Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco returns to Action Track USA.
And do you know what else is happening that night? Actually, that whole week, you're going to be here during the Kutztown Fair.
I have heard a lot of great things about the Kutztown Fair, and you know, we are so happy on behalf of the Short Track Super Series to be a part of that show. And we always hear, you know, the races is always special during fair time here at Kutztown.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You got more eyeballs. People are coming in. They hear the noise, even if they don't know what our schedule looks like. They hear it, they come in, and they're it's like a magnet. It draws folks in, and they're glued to the action on the racetrack. Always love fair time. Ooh, we got one sideways. And that will put us under yellow for the 3rd time.
Again, Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming up for the modifieds right after the scramble here. The driver with the fastest lap in Dirt Draft Hot Laps will be racing for the ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero. The driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for every Short Track Super Series Modified event gets a $100 cash bonus courtesy of the Ramsey, New Jersey-based ATL Fuel Cell. Aerotech Laboratories and his ATL Fuel Cell division have been leading the way with the creation of crash-resistant, flexible, composite safety fuel cells since their inception in 1970. From its humble beginnings in a small New Jersey shop to its now commanding multiple facilities that span 2 continents worldwide, ATL has grown into a global household name within the motorsports, aerospace, marine, and defense industries. ATL located on Spear Road in Ramsey, New Jersey. Visit atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400 or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or Instagram. ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero momentarily in Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
We're 1 lap shy of halfway here in the Mad Scramble. 3 down, 5 to go. Dominic Schmidt firing first. He is the race leader, and he will pull the field through turns 1 and 2. Pat Beeler giving chase down the back stretch. Right now, running 3rd, taking over that 3rd spot. The number 12, Brianna Snyder, getting by Mike Knopf. Brianna now will set sail and try to track down that front-running duo, Schmidt, Beeler, trying to settle it among themselves now with just 3 to go, or rather 2 to go. Mike Fry giving them that 2 to go signal, this time by Schmidt with about a 2-car length advantage. Again, only the winner moves on to the main event. Only the winner picks up a little bit of extra cash, and Dominic Schmidt has one more revolution to try to cash in. Beeler running for all he's worth, trying to close the gap. Not gonna happen. Dominic Schmidt wins the mad scramble over Pat Beeler, then Michael Nolf, and how about Julian Rexroad with a nice rebound after an early spin to come back and finish 4th, and rounding out the top 5, the 12S of Brianna Snyder. So our first event of the night in the books. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Modified hot laps coming up next. And to introduce you to the field of Short Track Super Series Modifieds here tonight, we'll turn it over to Jeff Allum and Earl Hoon.
Hey, thank you very much, Barry Angstadt. We're ready to go with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. It all gets started at every Short Track Super Series race with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Go to dirtdraft.com and download the all-new Dirt Draft app on Apple or Google App Stores. You get to spend $100,000 on 5 drivers. Modifieds coming out on the speedway. We will be timing the drivers against their own heat race. There are 3 heat races tonight, 8, 8, and 7, so we'll go 4 and 4. We'll have the number 4, the Tire Discount Center's number 4 of Anthony Perego out on the speedway. He's out of Walden, New York. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan go down. The Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26. He's out of Ringo's, New Jersey. Don't forget it, you need more room. There's not enough room in the grandstand. We have the Izzy Trucking and Rigging fan zones in the infield. You can cross right here during a break in the action at the flagger stand to the Izzy Trucking and Rigging fan zones in the infield. Also out there, out of Wurtsboro, New York, he was a winner at the Bedford Fairground Speedway in the Hamlet Builders number 16X out of Wurtsboro, New York, Danny Creedon. And also out on the speedway, driving in the number 16, that is the Flora Machine and Tool. Kibblehouse family. Number 16, Loudon Reimert. Loudon is out of Ole, Pennsylvania. Those will be the first 4 drivers. Again, the drivers drew for their heat race. Which heat race they would be in. They will be timing against their own group. This is the first half of heat number 1 to determine the starting lineup. Danny Creedon out there, last year's champion at the Afton Motorsports Park. Ryan Godown, last year's champion at the New Egypt Speedway. Loudon Reimert, last year's champion at the Big Diamond Speedway. And Anthony Perego, former champion at the Orange County and Accord Speedways. All out there in group number 1, a talent-laden field on hand tonight here for our 4th ever Short Track Super Series event here at Action Track USA. This will be the 4th ever race for the Mighty Modifieds here. Thank you all for joining us tonight here at the Speedway. Everybody tuning in at home on FloRacing. It is a New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region event. We're ready to go with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Again, go to dirtdraft.com to sign up and join in and play along with your friends. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition on the series-long leaderboards. And don't forget Algonquin Motel, every STSS modified feature, the first driver off the lead lap at the time of a caution receives the lap down go-around courtesy of Algonquin Motel, Bainbridge, New York. Visit them on the web at algonquinmotel.com to learn more. All right, modifieds ready to go. First half of heat race number 1 for the Berks County Brawl here at Action Track USA.
So we are officially down into the 11-second bracket as the Sunoco checker flag waves. And right now, fastest driver overall will be the number 16 of Loudon Reimert. His best lap time was an 11.315, 11.315 for Loudon Reimert.
Second half of heat race number 1 coming out, led by former New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region champion and 2-time Fonda Speedway champion out of Covington Township, Pennsylvania, Alex Jankowski. He is in the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Easy Work Trucks, Gary Simpson Contracting, number 84Y. Ryan Krachin in the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, BK Trucking, number 51 out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey. Sam March Jr., the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 24. He's out of Branchburg, New Jersey. And driving the B&T Tools, Husqvarna Bish Sales, number 112 from Lambertville, New Jersey, Cale Ross. That is the second half of heat race number 1. They'll go under the clock and get their hot laps in here for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds, part of the Bob Wilbur Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco.
So once again, Loudon Reimert, he's going to be fastest overall right now. He is in the running for the ATL Fuel Cells Hot Lap Hero Award as the green flag comes out. As Jeff Allen mentioned, these are the drivers that are going to make up the rest of the lineup for the first heat race of the night for the Short Track Super Series. Anthony Perego, he's second quick right now. Then you got Danny Creedon, Cale Ross, Alex Jankowski, your top 5. As still Loudon Reimert hangs on to the top position in times as the Sunoco checker flag is out. So that is going to complete time dirt draft hot laps for the first group, the cars that are going to make up the first heat race of the evening. And still, Loudon Reimert is fastest overall. Again, he is in the running for this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Hot Lap Hero Award at an 11.315.
All right, heat race number 2, first half rolling out. The Weak Neck Archery, St. Lawrence Rheology. Number 7, MM, former Fonda track champion from Baldwinsville, New York. Number 2 man in the New Jersey Quality Drywall point standings, Michael Maresca, also out there. Last year's track champion at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park out of Bohemia, New York. In the Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farm 60, Dylan Stoyer. Also out there, former champion from the Woodhull Raceway, driving out of Addison, New York. He is in the number 5K. That is the Bailey Brothers Landscaping entry of Kenny Peoples Jr. And driving out of East Greenbush, New York, the Killer Crate Racing Products, Godgart Motorsports, number 97, Bobby Hackle the fourth. Keep your eye on the 97. A couple of years ago, he did a full wheel stand here at Action Track coming out of turn 4.
No doubt about it, as we're going to wind them up and turn them loose one more time. These are the drivers that are going to make up the first half of heat race number 2 coming up later on in the program. Again, we're down into the low 11-second bracket as drivers are going to see the white flag this time by. Dylan Stoyer is going to be fastest in this group at an 11.334, getting close to Loudon Reimert's time. As Kenny Peoples Jr. second quick, Michael Maresca third quick, Bobby Hackle fourth quick. And these drivers are going to make that hard left-hand turn, drive across the infield to get to the pit area outside the back straightaway. And Dylan Stoyer is going to be the fastest driver here in this session at an 11.334. Still, Loudon Reimert fastest overall at an 11.315.
Second half of heat number 2 rolling out on the speedway out of Dover, Pennsylvania. Late model star, but he's running modifieds the last couple of years at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park, driving the NRT Racing. Fryco number F1, Colby Fry. He's out of Dover, Pennsylvania, driving in the Pioneer Pole Buildings. 4-star lettering, Green Lane William Penn, number 4-star out of Green Lane, Pennsylvania, Brian Herfler. Driving in the CNS Equipment. Craig and Leslie Ponda, Short Load Concrete, number 6 out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, Danny Buck. And alongside of him, driving the JD Sign Company, number 1 out of Bridgeville, Delaware, that is Austin Dean. That is the second half of heat race number 2 for Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
So for this session, again, Dylan Stoyer fastest at an 11.334. Kenny Peoples Jr. in the 5K second fastest. Michael Maresca in the 7mm third. Bobby Hackle in the 97 fourth quick. Again, down into the low 11-second bracket here at Action Track USA with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, as Joe Chris, chief starter here with the STSS, is going to wind them up and turn them loose as the green flag coming out. First driver to take the green is going to be the 6 of Danny Buck. As we will look at his time as he sails it here off of turn number 4. Danny Buck, second quick at an 11.423. Austin Dean, fifth quick, 11.757. Colby Fry, seventh quick at 11.821. Now Bobby Hackle, seventh quick at 11.821. Danny Buck improves on his second lap at 11.377. Kenny Peoples, third quick, 11.499. Michael Maresca improved on his second lap. He's fourth quick at 11.561. So Danny Buck was fastest in those drivers out there for timed dirt draft hot laps. That's going to be second quick here in this group. But Jeff still, Loudon Reimer is still fastest overall. Dylan Stoyer was fastest in that group at an 11.334.
All right, heat number 3, the first half rolling track side. Driving in the Ace Materials Active Disposal, number 6. From the Shattuck Station, New Jersey, Matty Ice, Matt Stengel. Alongside of him, former track champion at Big Diamond and Grandview, and also at Penn Can Speedway. Driving out of Harleysville, Pennsylvania, the MB Roofing Extreme Mechanical, number 53, Mike Gooler. Second row to the inside, driving out of Frenchtown, New Jersey, former champion at Big Diamond, Bridgeport Motorsports Park in New Egypt. Driving in the Brightenstein Motorsports, number 14, the Dick's Golf Service Station entry. That's the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And alongside of him, the short load ready mix concrete, number 5B out of Milford, New Jersey. That's Bobby Butler. Those are the drivers for the first half of heat race group number 3.
So Billy Pouch Jr. going to bring in a lap time at 11.586. Mike Gooler now will go to the top of the board for these drivers at an 11.524. Billy Pouch Jr. now goes to the top at 11.437. Gooler better on his second lap at 11.344. As drivers are going to go underneath the Sunoco checker flag. So, driver of the 53, Mike Gooler, is going to be the fastest driver here in this group at 11.344. Billy Pouch Jr. second quick right now at an 11.437. Matt Stengel third, 11.447, and Bobby Butler fourth at an 11.623.
Final drivers rolling out for hot laps here in heat race group number 3, the DNS Retrievers. Ronnie Folk Paving, Chris Manwiller Trucking, number 77 out of Fleetwood, Kyle Smith, the Sweetwater Marina and River Deck. G&T Erectors, number 9 from Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, Joe Toth. And driving in the Mancini Custom Homes, number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. Anthony is out of Vineland, New Jersey. Rolling on the speedway now, the final modifieds to get hot laps tonight, part of the Dirt Draft Hot Lap session. Then we'll get into our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. Track crew do a little touch-up on the speedway. And we've got the special grandstand dedication ceremonies tonight as part of our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. Then we'll have 3 heats for the STSS Modifieds, and we'll have 5 qualifying heats for the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s this evening.
So can anybody best Loudon Reimer's time at an 11.315? Joe Toth will go fourth quick at 11.565. Kyle Smith, fourth quick now at 11.497. He'll improve on his second lap still. Fifth quick at 11.504. Anthony Tramatania, sixth quick at 11.543. Bobby Butler at 11.623. So Mike Guler is going to be the fastest driver here in this group, making up heat race number 3 at an 11.344. But we'd like to congratulate Loudon Reimert, as he is going to be this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero at a lap time at an 11.315.
All right, Dirt Draft Hot Laps are in the record books here tonight. Thanks again to Dirt Draft, and again, thanks to ATL Fuel Cell putting up the $100 bonus for our Modified Hot Lap Hero, Loudon Reimert. We're going to step aside for a commercial break for those of you watching at home on FloRacing. When we come back, it'll be Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. You are watching the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco, the Berks County Brawl from Action Track USA. Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test.
And welcome back as we are live here on FloRacing for the Berks County Brawl, featuring the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Barry and Jeff are making their way down trackside as we're slowly about to get underway with this evening's Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies, as we have just concluded timed dirt draft hot laps with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Before the first official green flag of the night, Penske Racing Shocks presents opening ceremonies. Penske Racing Shocks is the industry leader in providing high-quality racing shocks for automotive vehicles, motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. Every single shock is machined and hand-built. There are no assembly lines, no stamped out pieces, no offshore manufacturing. The personalized attention provided to every product sold provides the finest reliability, consistency, and performance. Learn more on the web at www.penskeshocks.com. You can also like Penske Shocks on Facebook, follow them on X at Penske Shocks, or Penske Racing Shocks on Instagram. The crowd filing in here at Action Track USA in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. And before we get underway with tonight's action, let's send it down trackside to Mr. Jeff Ollum.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. We have our ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero, Loudon Reimert. Loudon, in the past years, you've had some laps here, running speedsters and so forth. Any correlation to that transferring to the modified?
A little bit. Running a modified here, it's not like running anything else here or running a modified anywhere else. It's kind of its own deal. So to do this 2 years in a row, it feels pretty cool. Now we get to the racing part, and we just got to kind of hang on and see what happens.
Car feel fast when you're out there?
Yeah, it felt good. It doesn't really much matter. You're kind of at the mercy of what goes on out there from here on out. So we're going to try and put a good rest of the night together, and all we can do is sit back and see what happens.
Congrats. Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, Loudon Reimert is your ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero. He'll get a $100 bonus. Back up to Earl.
Thank you, Jeff Ollum, as we have a special presentation coming up in just a few moments here in the grandstands. As if you'd like to follow with live timing and scoring all season long, don't forget to download the My Race Pass app on your smartphone. All season long, the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series has press releases, points updates, and live timing and scoring at every event that we have during the 2026 racing season. So as we prepare, we'll send it down to Barry Angstadt.
Thank you, Earl. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored here tonight, and it's so fitting here on Short Track Super Series night with the modifieds at Action Track USA that we honor a true one of the greats. If you ever went to the Reading Fairgrounds, especially, let's see, between 1968 and 1978, you remember watching Don Kreitz Sr. wheel around the famous half mile at Reading. And tonight it is our honor and privilege to dedicate a section of grandstands to Don Sr. We are very pleased to have several members of the family here, including his son, Don Kreitz Jr., who just happens to be a member of the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame. And Don, I'm going to let you do the introductions.
All right. First to the left is my mother, Marion Kreitz. Then my youngest sister, Lori Kreitz. And then my older sister, Vicky Ely.
Marion, I don't want to put you on the spot, but we're so happy that you could be here with us tonight. What do you think your late husband would have to say if he knew this was happening in his honor?
Oh, he'd be so proud. He'd be so pleased, yes.
So we hope he is smiling above. A section of the stands is being named in honor and in memory of the late Don Kreitz Sr., who gained fame and popularity by racing his beautiful, valiant-bodied number 69K at the Reading Fairgrounds and other dirt tracks in the Northeast. Known as the Fritztown Flyer, he came from an open-wheel background, but quickly turned into a fan favorite and a consistent top 10 finisher in the ultra-competitive RSCA modified division. He competed at the fairgrounds from 1968 to 1978, where he earned a pair of feature wins, one of them in the famous 425 program in 1971, and then 4 years later got his second win during a midweek 50-lapper at Reading. Of course, he's also well known for opening Kreitz Speed Shop and developing and building his own modified chassis that were very popular in the 70s. Of course, that speed shop carries on the tradition still today. So it is a pleasure. You see the sign, Don Kreitz Sr., the 69, now forever has a home here at Action Track USA. How about a nice round of applause for the family once again? Anything else you want to say? Good? Okay. Thank you very much, folks. Enjoy the show.
So as we get everything set here trackside, we're going to take a short commercial break for everyone tuning in at home on FloRacing. When we come back, we're going to have this evening's Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies here at Action Track USA, located in Kutztown, Pennsylvania.
Welcome back to Action Track USA for tonight's Berks County Brawl. Are you ready for a brawl? Tonight, the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco will be tackling the tight confines of Action Track USA for a night of elbows up, New Jersey quality drywall, South Region modified racing here at the Kutztown Fairgrounds. A full slate of modified action, heats, Consi, 20-lap B main, 50-lap A main, awaits with a $26,000 purse and bonuses. Tonight's program is a round 3 of the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region after a successful start back in March. On behalf of Action Track USA promoters Doug Rose and Rich Tobias, the Short Track Super Series, we thank you all for attending in person or watching live on FloRacing. We hope you enjoy tonight's show. If you'll rise, please, we'll begin tonight with an invocation. We welcome Chuck Seckman for tonight's invocation.
Thank you, Mark. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this evening. We thank you, Lord, for the beautiful weather you provided. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to race again here at Action Track USA. And Father, we want to thank and remember the Kyle Busch family We want you to just comfort them in this time of grief, Lord, and all the friends and fans of that great racer, Lord, who raced here, Lord, and at many other tracks. And now, Lord, we just pray your hand of mercy and blessing on everyone for a good night's race. Pray for safety for the drivers, their crews, all the fans, all the track workers, Lord, that you may be glorified. And we thank you, Lord, for the sponsors that helped to make this all possible. We pray this all in your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Chuck. And now we'll pay tribute to our brave servicemen and women of the U.S. military. Our beautiful flag proudly displayed across the infield and the backstretch, and our great nation as we honor them with our national anthem. Please welcome Mr. Keith Gerhardt to perform the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Mr. Keith Gerhardt, with our national anthem. We're going to be ready to go with modified heat race action next. We'll go back up to Earl Hoon Jr.
Thank you, Jeff Allam. Appreciate Mike Maresca for displaying Old Glory during Penske Racing Shock's opening ceremonies. But in just a matter of moments, we're going to have tonight's heat races with the Short Track Super Series. But before we go into tonight's Berks County Brawl, we're going to take another short commercial break here on FloRacing.
We're back here at Action Track USA at the Kutztown Fairgrounds, Kutztown, Pennsylvania, for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco Berks County Brawl, a New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region event. Hey, don't forget, we'd like to say thank you to Can-Am Off-Road presenting our Hot Pit. Can-Am takes the naming rights for the Hot Pit area for today's event here at Action Track USA. Can-Am has off-road vehicles for your needs, work, fun, or hunting. There's an ATV or side-by-side for you. Whether it be asphalt, concrete, or dirt, selection of vehicle, three-wheel vehicles, and electric motorcycles will make you rediscover or discover new and familiar roads. Learn more at canambrp.com. That's canambrp.com. Can-Am Off-Road. That's the Can-Am Off-Road Hot Pit presenting partner. All right, heat number 1 on the track right now, taking a couple of laps. Track crew did a little work during the opening ceremonies, and we'll get ready for the first of our 3 New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modified Heat Races, and this is the way they will line up following the timed hot laps. Pole position out of Wurtsboro, driving in the number 16X. That is Danny Creedon. Danny, the winner at the Bedford Fairgrounds back in March. Outside of him, the Tire Discount Center number 4, Anthony Perego. He's out of Walden, New York. Second row to the inside. Driving in the Floor Machine and Tool. Number 16, that is Loudon Reimer, your ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero. Alongside of him, the B&T Tools, number 112 from Lambertville. That's Cale Ross. Row 3 to the inside. Former New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region champion, driving out of Covington Township, Pennsylvania. He was a winner last week in our series race at Lebanon Valley Speedway. That is Alex Yankowski, the Moments Napa Auto Parts Easy Work Trucks, number 84Y. Alongside of him, driving the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, BK Trucking, number 51 from the Shannon Station, Ryan Cratchin. Final row to the inside, driving the Easy Trucking and Rigging, number 24 out of Branchburg, New Jersey. Joy Auto Parts, also a sponsor for Sammy March Jr. In the final starting spot, the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. Ryan also out there, the Izzy Trucking and Rigging. Camp Out Incorporated, number 26. And we'll be ready to go heat number 1. These are 10-lap qualifying events. The top 4 will transfer to the feature. 3 go to the redraw. 4 in the feature, 4 go to the feature, 3 go to the redraw. Couple of laps around the bottom, I understand, then we'll be ready to go.
Barry Angstad, we will bring you in looking at the lineup here for the first heat race of the night for the Short Track Super Series. Talk about a star-studded field.
No question, Earl. And you know what strikes me? The names in this lineup who have experience here, who have run here and won races here. Loudon Reimer has been a speedster and slingshot winner at Action Track USA. Ryan Cratchin has run here at a speedster. Sammy March Jr. just won his very first speedster main event here last season, and Ryan Godown was in the speedster class for a while.
And also Alex Yankowski, he's going to start inside row number 3. That driver has had an incredible first half of the 2026 racing season. He has 7 total wins in the Northeast, a big block modified competition. Jeff Ollum, he was our most recent feature winner with the Short Track Super Series last weekend at the Valley of Speed, Lebanon Valley Speedway.
Yes, he was. He is on a real streak of late, is Alex Yankowski. We mentioned in the introduction of the lineup, a former Short Track Super Series champion a couple of seasons ago in the South region, and he's on a 2-year back-to-back streak at the Fonda Speedway.
And I remember Alex Yankowski winning a junior slingshot feature here, one in the first few years that this was Action Track USA. They were flying him to Florida. He was running carts in Florida, and then they'd hustle him home so he could compete here in a slingshot. And he also has a speedster win as well. So,
you know, working on that project I've been working on this winter, Barry, he's not the only one that ran juniors and all-star slingshots.
Oh, no, you're right.
Loudon Reimer, Anthony Perego. There's probably some more if I could think about them. Got their start right here.
We talk about the youth movement throughout motorsports in all capacities. But when you really break down the field of competitors, especially with STSS, the youth movement is really for real.
Oh, there's no question, Earl. Yeah, and you're really seeing it. I hate to say changing of the guard,
Sure.
because Go Down is still winning his share, as are other veterans, but the Reimerts and the Krachens and the Yankowskis are slowly but surely maybe taking over, winning a lot of the big races now.
The legends of the sport, their old saying is, hold my beer and watch this. Well, the young guns, they normally say, hold my juice box and watch this. The youth movement is for real when we're talking about modified racing.
No question.
So we're still going to take a couple extra laps here for the drivers that are competing in the opening heat race of the night here at Action Track USA.
So tonight, just a recap, drivers drew for their heat race assignments. The heat race groups hot lap together to determine the starting lineups. Heat race starting positions determined by the hot lap times with an invert of the redraw positions. So the top 3 drivers were inverted for the heat races tonight, and the rest of them fell in heads up, remaining based on their time. We will take the top 16 qualifiers from the heat races and the consolations. So we'll take 4 out of the 3 heats, that's 12. The rest will come out of the consolation to the 50 lap, 5,000 to win, 500 to start A main. We'll then have a B main, $1,000 to win, or a transfer starting spot into tonight's feature from the 20 lap fully paid Rocky 20 B main. And again, the B main winner has the option of keeping the $1,000 winner's share or starting from the back of the A main. And also the 2 highest drivers in current Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modified standings unable to qualify will be eligible for provisional starting spots, half the green money in tonight's A main.
So Barry, it's a race within the race here in the heat races. Obviously, top 4 move directly on in tonight's Berks County Brawl. But you most certainly want to try to make it in the top 3 to make it into that redraw coming up a little bit later on in the program.
Starting position is going to be important, here in the bull ring, no question. Even though it's a 50-lap main event, you want to be starting near the front, no doubt. And qualifying very important here for all of these drivers.
So again, row 1, Danny Creedon and Anthony Perego. Row 2, Loudon Reimer, Cale Ross. Row 3, Alex Yankowski and Ryan Krachin. Row 4, Sammy March Jr. and Ryan Godown. So Joe Kress displaying the white flag. He is going to let the field know that we are going to go green next time by. When drivers reach the Sunoco start zone in turn number 4, that is when the green lights will come on. Race fans, are you ready? Well, it is about go time here at Action Track USA. Danny Creedon and Anthony Perego bring the field down to the Sunoco start zone in turn number 4. Green flag is out, we're underway.
Heat number 1 for the Berks County Brawl is underway. Out of the corner, Anthony Perego and Danny Creedon work their way down the back straightaway into the corner. Lap number 1 looks like Anthony will lead.
So Perego is going to set the early pace early on here. As 16X to Danny Creedon, still running in that runner-up spot. Gets it a little sideways in the entry in turn number 3. You throw a blanket pretty much over this entire field.
Good battle into the turn now. Creedon second, Ross is third. Tight action. 4th spot is Reimert. 5th is Krachin and Alex Yankowski. Next in line, working out of the corner, followed by Ryan Godown.
3 wide almost off of turn number 2 for that 3rd spot. Here comes Reimer to the inside of Cale Ross, and the 51 of Krachin is there. What a great 3-car battle we have for P3.
Ross holds on to 3rd. Reimert is right there applying the pressure. Yankowski will go to the inside of Krachin. He'll gain position 5, 4 to qualify, halfway home.
51 of Ryan Krachin really leaning on the 84 wide Yankowski. Yankowski diamonds the turn there in turn 2. That is a battle for 5th. Hard contact to the outside wall in turn 3 as Ryan Krachin will come to a stop and draw the caution flag.
We have a slow replay right now. Battling for position with was Jankowski and Krachin trading positions going into 1 and 2. They were going down the back straightaway, and they brushed together with Krachin, then glancing off the outside wall, rolling to a stop. So Jankowski and Krachin did make side-to-side contact down the backstretch, entering turn number 3. Krachin able to drive away. So right now, your leader, Anthony Perego, in the Vinny Salerno Tire Discount Center number 4. Anthony is the leader. He is picking the top lane. Second spot is Danny Creedon. Third is Cale Ross. Fourth right now is your ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero, Loudon Reimert. Again, 4 to qualify. 3 go to the redraw. 6 laps completed, 4 to go. Heat number 1 of 3. This will be followed by 5 for the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s, a weekly division here at Action Track USA. We're ready to go. Restart coming, 4 laps to go. Leader picking the top lane for the restart. Here comes Perego out of turn number 4.
Perego with the good start there. Keep your eye right behind him. Here comes Loudon Reimert to the outside. He'll move up into that runner-up spot.
Go down now, getting around Jankowski. He'll go by the 112 of Cale Ross. Great restart for Ryan Godown from way out of a qualifying spot. He's now into 4th.
However, Godown has got to try to find a way to close in on Danny Creedon for that very 3rd position. Remember, top 3 out of these heat races go directly into the redraw, but laps are starting to click away. This time by the Barron's Performance. White flag is out. Final time around.
Anthony Perego is your leader. Loudon Reimert moved up the 2nd, getting by Danny Creedon. Battle for the 4th spot. Sunoco checker after the Barron's Performance white flag. We've got Perego as the winner. Reimert 2nd, Creedon 3rd, and the 26 of Godown will grab position 4. Well, a lot of position shuffling after that restart, and grabbing the Sunoco checker, the 4 of Anthony Perego. Runner-up, the 16, Loudon Reimert. 3rd, the 16X, Danny Creedon. They will go to the redraw, the BA Custom Headers redraw, and qualifying 4th, the 26 of Ryan Godown. Heat 2 rolling trackside for tonight's Berks County Brawl. Pole position, driving in the Bailey Brothers Landscaping number 5K, Kenny Peoples outside of him. The Craig and Leslie Ponda, CNS Equipment, Short Load Concrete, Banks Tree Service number 6, Danny Buck. Second row to the inside, driving in the Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farm 6D, Dylan Stoyer. And alongside of him, the Weak Neck Archery, St. Lawrence Radiology 7mm, Michael Maresca. Row number 3 to the inside, driving the JD Sign Company 1 is Austin Dean. And alongside of him, and the Pioneer Pole Buildings, 4-star lettering. Greenley William Penn, 4-star, Brian Herfler. Row number 4 to the inside. He will be driving in the NRT Racing number F1, Colby Fry. And alongside of him, the Killer Crate Racing Products, Scott Gart Motorsports, 97. That's Bobby Hackle, the 4th. All right, heat race number 2 of 3 for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region. Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Modifieds. Again, Bob Hilbert Sportswear has a fresh load of apparel here for Action Track USA at the Novelty Stand out back. If you get a chance to visit, we're ready to go. Kenny Peoples, a regular up at the Woodhull Raceway, ready to bring him back to the starting green.
So the second heat race of the night gets underway. Great side-by-side start as the field rumbles in the turns number 1 and 2. Danny Buck, he's going to jump out to the early lead. And now he's going to be challenged there momentarily. Kenny Peoples look to the inside off of 4th. Danny Buck will lead lap number 1.
Austin Dean and Michael Maresca now battling for that 4th and final qualifying spot. The 97 of Bobby Hackle has gained a couple of positions now as they work down the back straightaway. Here comes the battle off the corner. Dean is in 4th, followed by Maresca. Ahead of him is Dylan Stoyer.
Remember, top 4 finishers move directly into the Berks County Brawl. Top 3, as Peoples got a little sideways off of turns number 3 and 4. My goodness, Dylan Stoyer, he's going to drive back by. And now here comes the one of Austin Dean. He's going to battle the 5K of Peoples for that 3rd position off of turn number 4. He'll got by, and now here comes the 7mm of Michael Maresca.
Yeah, Kenny Peoples took him a full lap to recover from that miscue down there, and he dropped him out of a qualifying spot. Here comes Buck leading the way. Stoyer 2nd. Austin Dean lifting the left front off the track. He's 3rd. Maresca 4th in a qualifying spot. He'd like a redraw spot.
Side-by-side trouble. Car getting upside down in the middle of turns number 3 and 4. That's going to be the number 1 of Austin Dean getting upside down, bringing out the red flag for the first time of the night. And getting word over the Short Track Super Series radio system that Austin Dean is okay down there in turn number 4. We'll take a look at it for everyone tuning in here on FloRacing. This is a battle for that final redraw spot between Austin Dean and Michael Maresca. You can see Dean starting a hop, skip, and a jump there going into turn 3, and ultimately holding on for the wild ride in turn 4. But again, Dean is okay.
All right, Austin Dean is out of the car. He is okay. Track crew is going to take a minute to get him off the racetrack. We are in the middle of heat race number 2. We'll step aside quickly for a quick break on FloRacing. You're watching the Berks County Brawl at Action Track USA. All right, we're back here at Action Track USA at the Kutztown Fairgrounds. Track is clear. Austin Dean okay. See if he can get his car repaired in time for the Consi a little bit later on. We're ready to go. Danny Buck in the red number 6 picks the outside lane. The gray and orange number 6 on the inside, that is Dylan Stoyer. He is in second spot. Michael Maresca on the inside of row number 2. Alongside of him is Kenny Peoples Jr. We're set to go.
So the green flag comes back out. Another great restart by Danny Buck as Peebles tries something onto the outside as Michael Maresca right in front of him. That's a battle for that third and final redraw spot. Here comes Colby Fry in the F1.
Yeah, Colby Fry shot out of a cannon. He gets by Peoples and Hackle. He's up the 4th now. And Maresca's in a redraw spot challenging Dylan Stoyer for second side by side off of turn 4 with the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go.
Maresca trying to find some bite as he works down low in the turns number 1 and 2. The come by this time by. The Barons Performance white flag is out. Final time around as things really starting to heat up for that fourth and final transfer. Meanwhile, making his way in the turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. He'll see the Sunoco checker flag. Danny Buck will win the second heat race of the evening. Second will go to Dylan Stoyer.
All right, heat number 2 in the record books. A little wheel rubbing going on out there. The winning driver, the 6, Danny Buck. Runner-up spot will be the 6D, Dylan Stoyer. Third into the redraw, the 7MM, Michael Maresca. And regaining the 4th spot, the 5K of Kenny Peoples Jr. Heat number 3, rolling trackside for the Bob Wilbur Sportswear Short Track Super Series Modifieds. Pole position, driving the Ace Materials number 6 will be Matt Stangle out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey. And alongside of him, in the Brightenstein Motorsports Dick's Golf Service Station number 14, Billy Pouch Jr. out of Frenchtown, New Jersey. Second row to the inside, the MB Roofing Extreme Mechanical, Pitcairn Flight Academy number 53, Mike Guler out of Harleysville, Pennsylvania. Alongside of him, the DNS Retrievers, Ronnie Falk Paving number 77 from Fleetwood, Kyle Smith. Row 3 to the inside, driving the G&T Erectors, Sweetwater Maria River Deck number 9, Joe Toth from Upper Mayfield. Alongside of him, the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. In the final starting spot, driving in the Charlotte Ready Mix Concrete number 5B, Bobby Butler out of Milford, New Jersey. Again, 10 laps, 4 will qualify, 3 go to the redraw. Heat race number 3 for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds. Joe Chris, our Short Track Super Series starter, giving the field the white flag, will go next time around. See who our lucky 4 will be. This will give us our 8th through 12th place starters into tonight's feature. Here they come.
So the final heat race of the evening for the Short Track Super Series gets underway. Cars bouncing in the turns number 1 and 2, and the yellow flag is going to come out. 2 cars getting together in the middle of 1 and 2.
Kyle Smith, the 77, and the 13T, Anthony Tramontana, will bring out the caution. I think both of them should be able to drive away. Several cars ahead of them got jumbled up entering the turn, causing them in a chain reaction accident to filter back through the field. Hey, thanks to some of our Short Track Super Series presenting marketing partners, including Dig Race Products. Since 2016, Dig Race Products is focused solely on Northeast Dirt modified shocks and suspension tuning. Located centrally in New York State, Dig is the industry leader in trackside shock and setup support. This is hands-on at the track approach is what leads to the design and development and delivering the highest quality shock absorbers to the dirt oval track market. Take your program to the next level and feel the difference on Dig. Learn more at 607-218-6282. Info at digraceproducts.com or like Dig Race Products on Facebook or Instagram or digraceproducts.com. All right, here we go. Complete restart. Heat race number 3, a much better start that time into the turn.
Not so fast, my friend. The caution flag is going to come out.
And again, Joe not liking the start. You can see the Sunoco starting zone down there. There are 2 signs. One says start, one says restart. The one that says start is where they must go on the initial start. And then after that, the leader has choice of when they fire in the Sunoco starting zone. So Matt Stangle was told no, that was not a clean start, so we'll try it again. Here they come.
That start looked a little better. Billy Pouch will lead in turns number 1 and 2. Look at Matty Ice, Matt Stangle not backing away. Cars almost getting together into turn 3. Come off of 4 to complete lap number 1. Your early leader is going to be Matt Stangle in the 6S.
Here's Guler battling with Pouch. 3 wide further back in the pack. Kyle Smith working his way up the inside of Butler and Toth as Guler made his way past Pouch Jr. to grab second.
77 of Kyle Smith challenging Toth for that 4th position. But we have a caution flag out. Looks like the 13T of Anthony Tramontana has a flat right rear. And now Billy Pouch, he comes to a stop at the pit opening here in turn number 4.
Hopefully everybody in the grandstand was watching. They were 3 wide in that heat race going down the back straightaway, battling for positions. We don't know what happened to Billy Pouch Jr. here in the Brightenstein Motorsports car. With the suspension on some of these modifieds, sometimes they start hopping a little bit and entering the corners. Hey, we'd like to say thanks to some more people. St. Lawrence Radiology, led by Dr. Michael Maresca, St. Lawrence Radiology Associates, providing radiology services throughout New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Swagger Factory Apparel, all gas, no brakes. Swagger Factory Apparel is the Northeast's fastest growing motorsport safety gear and apparel company built for real racers by racers. Race with Swagger and like Swagger Factory Apparel on Facebook or visit swaggerfactory.com to learn more. FX Caprera Car Companies. FX Caprera Car Companies operating family-owned and operated dealerships across the North Country of New York State. FX Caprera Hyundai Kia Watertown. FX Caprera Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Alexandria Bay. FX Caprera Ford in Ogdensburg. In addition, FX Caprera Harley Davidson Motorcycles and Trailer Sales in Adams Center. FX Caprera now in Central New York. Visit FX Caprera Syracuse on Huntley Road in Phoenix. The FX Caprera family of dealerships on the web at fxcaprera.com. Also, DKN Fabrication, owned and operated by Dave Constantino and Eric Mack, driven to disrupt the dirt racing industry with superior products. Their advantage is a cutting-edge approach to designing cars that are unique to any that have ever been available on the market before. DKM also specializing in chassis repair, body fabrication, and custom products. Learn more on the web at dkmracecars.com, like DKM Fabrication on Facebook or Instagram. All right, track is clear. We've lost a couple, unfortunately. We're going to go back to green.
So the pace quickens. The Sunoco start zone in turn 4. Toth goes underneath the 77 of Kyle Smith for that third position. As meanwhile, it's still Matt Stengel, the conductor of this train.
Heading into the turn, Kyle Smith now third. Toth is fourth. Bobby Butler right behind him. Bobby Butler's got a lot of laps here at Action Track USA 600 and Speedster competition. Right now, Matty Ice leads the way. Right behind him, Mike Gooler, the winner of the initial Berks County Brawl 3 seasons ago, almost won last year. He's chasing Stengel off the corner.
Halfway in the final heat race of the night for the Short Track Super Series. 5 laps in and 5 to go. Jeff, you see Mike Gooler really starting to close in on the leader of Matt Stengel. For some reason, Stengel cannot hold the bottom side in turns 3 and 4, and that's where Gooler really closed the gap.
Yeah, Mike Gooler is committed to that bottom lane. He loves the bottom. The car is set up there and works well. Stengel trying to stay on the bottom, but he's about 1.5 lanes off of that. Right now, Smith still third and Toth is fourth. Here's the Troyer Dirt Cars, 2 to go.
Twin sticks are in the air. It's still all Matty Ice out front. Matt Stengel with about a 5-car length lead over Mike Gooler, who's running in the runner-up spot. Kyle Smith started outside row number 2. He's made his way up to the third as the field sees the Barron's performance. White flag, final time around.
All right, we'll come to a Sunoco checker this time out of the corner. It will be Matt Stengel taking the heat race win. Gooler, Smith, and Toth will grab the 4 qualifying spots. 4 drivers out of 3 heats. We've qualified 12 drivers so far for our starting field in tonight's 50-lap Berks County Brawl, paying $5,000 to the winner. Winner of heat number 3, the number 6, Matt Stengel. Runner-up with the 53, Mike Gooler. And third to 77, Kyle Smith. They will go to the redraw. Followed by the number 9 of Joe Toth, who also qualifies. All right, 3 heats in the record books for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco Modifieds. Hyper Racing 600s will be coming up with 5 8-lap qualifiers next. We'd like to say thanks to one more person here, JK Signworks. JK Signworks, located in-house at DKN Fabrication, your one-stop shop for all graphics and sign work, from lettering to trophies to signs, both large and small. Like JK Signworks on Facebook to learn more. JK Signworks, DKN Fabrications, FX Caprera Car Company, Swagger Factory Apparel, Dig Race Products, and St. Lawrence Radiology, all presenting marketing partners for 2026 on the Short Track Super Series. Barry Angstadt, the awesome voice of Action Track USA, is about ready to go here with 5 8-lap qualifying heat races for tonight's Hyper Racing 600s, one of the divisions that is a weekly attraction here on Berks County's baddest bull ring here in Kutztown, Pennsylvania at the Kutztown Fairgrounds. Barry?
We are ready for Hyper Racing 600 sprint activity. As Jeff mentioned, 5 qualifying heats, 8 laps each. We will take the top 4 out of each of these heat races. Everybody else will have to go to an LCQ, last chance qualifier, or B main, as we set the field for the 25-lap main event here tonight. On the pole, heat number 1 out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Driving the Z71, it's Mike Nolf. Second starter from Sellersville in the number 91, Nate Freed. Lighting up third, the 9G from Gettysburg, Grady McGrew. Fourth starter out of Douglasville, the Will Master General. In the 71, Timmy Buckwalter. Then it is the 32K of Carter Koonsman, the 99, Briggs Danner, the 56, Tyler Henry, and the 76K of Larry Kelleher. We are off and running with the 600 sprints, heat number 1. Mike Nolf going to bolt to the early lead. Timmy Buckwalter quickly moving into that runner-up spot. Nate Freed giving him a fight down to the inside. And here comes the natural. Briggs Danner in the Orange Crush number 99 will wheel into the 4th spot. Two laps in the books, 2 down, 6 to go. Buckwalter firing off the bottom of turn 2. He'll zip by the 91 of Freed. Here comes Danner ripping the lip through 3 and 4. Danner going for that 3rd spot now, and maybe more. Oh, Buckwalter up the racetrack right in front of the number 99. Briggs had to stab the brake pedal. Mike Nolf showing the way at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go, and it's a good one here in heat number 1. Danner and Buckwalter going hammer and tongs for that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, the race up front. Free down to the inside. Nolf will fend off the challenge. 2 to go this time by. Still anybody's race. Tyler Henry going to join the fun now. The number 56 back in 5th. 1 spot out of a qualifying position. White flag this time. Danner storming to the lead. That RTS number 99 winging it around the outside without the wing on. Danner to the front. Danner will win it. Danner over Mike Nolf, Nate Freed, and Timmy Buckwalter. A great start to the Hyper Racing 600 sprint portion of the program. Heat number 2 now will go to the post in this order. On the pole, out of Scranton, Pennsylvania, driving the number 6, Hollywood Colin White. Lining up second out of Dixon City, Pennsylvania, car number 5, Logan Mears. Hailing from Chick-Shitty, Pennsylvania, third starter will be the 10G of Mason Peters. Going fourth from Lehighton in the number 44, the icon Pat Beeler. Fifth starter from Spring City, PA in the 21C, Zach Curtis. Going sixth, he hails from Schnecksville, the 22 of Chase Ware. The 14C, Connor Gross out of Asbury, New Jersey will go 7th, lighting up 8th and driving car number 83 from Gilbertsville, PA. We call him Sparks, Gabe Gerber. And the 9th and final starter scheduled to go 9th in car number 12, Amanda Bouchel out of Bloomsbury, New Jersey. Ready to go down green flag, heat number 2. Underway with Colin White pulling the field out of corner number 2. Logan Mears giving chase in that runner-up spot. Ripping the high side in third. The 10G of Mason Peters. He'll battle with Pat Beeler for the spot, with Zach Curtis challenging in one of those new Storm chassis 600s. Connor Gross looking for a little racing room. Meyer deep in the pack. Colin White showing the way with 3 laps in the books. They'll see the cross flags this time by. Logan Mears closing the gap on the race leader. 4 complete. 4 more trips around the oval. Battle for third is a good one as well. Beeler's got it, but he's got 3 drivers coming after him. wide off corner number 4. Connor Gross down to the bottom. Then it's Peters, was in the middle. Now Mason goes to the top. And that opens the door for Zach Curtis. Curtis going to 4th. Beeler is 3rd. The all-important 4th and final qualifying spot up for grabs with the white flag waving. Colin White, Logan Mears out front. Logan within striking distance. Not going to be able to make the move though. Colin White wins it over Logan Mears. Look at this fight for 3rd. Give it to Zach Curtis. Pat Beeler will be the 4th and final qualifier. 2 really good heat races to kick things off by the 600s. And again, the winner of that one, Colin White. Logan Mears finishing runner-up. Zach Curtis, the 21C, was 3rd in the final qualifier in the 44, Pat Beeler. Heat race number 3 now on the speedway. On the pole out of Nazareth in car number 70, Jasper Zigafus. Lining up 2nd from Bath, PA in car 76, that's JT Bierman. The 9W, the big deal, Weston Doakland out of Hellertown will line up 3rd, and going 4th, someone he knows quite well, family member Brianna Snyder, the 12S, will go 4th. In 5th, out of Moscow, PA, the 22K, Kate Mattern, and in 6th, in the Z29, from Nazareth, Evan Nolf. Then it's the 24M, Brody Miller out of Ole, and the 2L, Luke Hess from Benton, Pennsylvania. That is the field. We are ready for green. Zigafus down to the bottom will give up the lead to JT Bierman. Oh, and we got trouble. Heading off corner number 2. Yellow is out. 3 cars involved in that one, including the pole sitter, Jasper Zigafus. The 9X, Connor Mirabelli, also in this heat race, started shotgun on the field, got mixed up in that one. Mirabelli able to drive away though. And Weston Doakland, the 9W, the 3rd car in that little jingle coming off turn 2. So we'll realign them. Cars involved will drop to the back of the pack. Seven of the original 9 starters on the racetrack. And we're going to try it again. Here they come. JT Bierman going to sprint out to the early lead. Bierman will set the pace here on lap number 1 with Brianna Snyder, the 12S, trying to run him down and challenge for the top spot. Battle for 3rd. Right now, Kate Mattern, the 22K, holding down that position with 2L of Luke Hess close behind. Hess now down to the inside of Mattern at the end of the back chute. Luke Hess going to go to P3 as they head for the halfway signal. Up front, JT Bierman. Somewhat comfortable advantage, several car length lead over Brianna Snyder. Then a long way back to the 2L of Luke Hess in 3rd. Kate Mattern holding down that 4th and final qualifying spot. Connor Mirabelli closing in on the 22K of Mattern. Bierman, 2 to go, out front, extending his lead now by several car lengths over Brianna Snyder in the 12S. White flag waving. One more trip around here in heat number 3. Good run for Luke Hess, a solid 3rd. Battle for 4th. Bierman gonna win it. Slowing as he took the checker. Snyder 2nd, Hess 3rd. Mattern will hold on for 4th. All right. Thank you. Not out of any of them. Not out of any of the speakers. Really? What the heck? It was. Huh. Well, heat number 4 for the 600s will take the green flag in this order. On the pole, driving the number 50 out of Hellertown, that's Jacob Severn. The letter Z, Chris Tittle from Kunkletown, PA. He'll start second. And in third, he was quick in hot laps out of Kearney's Point, New Jersey, in car number 10, Wayne Scott. Fourth in the lineup. The winner here back on May the 3rd out of Deptford, New Jersey, in the 5B, Christian Bruno. Starting fifth, homegrown Kutztown's own Jared Kunkel in the 75K. Then comes Adam Bouchel out of Bloomsbury, New Jersey, in the number 86. The 24, Kyle Hervey. The 95, James Roselli. And the number 9, Keith McIntyre Jr. That's the field, heat number 4, and we're underway. Bruno on the high side, gonna lead lap number 1. Took it away from Tittle at the stripe. Big run down the back chute by the driver in third. That is Wayne Scott. We announced him as car number 10. There's a 13 on the tail tank, and we're yellow. Caution on the speedway with 2 laps in the books. So 2 down, 6 to go here in heat number 4. One more heat coming up following this one for the FloRacing 600 sprints. Christian Bruno, your race leader, a 2-time track champion here at Action Track USA. Recent winner. He's got a couple of wins already this year out of Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. He's been a USAC East Coast Sprint Car winner. Last Friday night, he picked up the checker at Big Diamond in a big sprint car, leading this heat race on the restart. Wayne Scott coming after him. Scott in the number 13 there, just about side by side as they cross the stripe. Bruno now will pull back ahead. Scott gonna throw the slider in 3 and 4. Bruno back underneath him. Fantastic battle for the top spot. Right now in third, it's Adam Bouchel in the number 86. Bouchel, a one-time race winner here last season. Oh baby, we got a 3-horse race for the top spot now. Bouchel will storm his way into second. Bruno on the high side, up on the cushion. 2 to go that time. Bouchel on the leader's tail tag, headed for the white flag. Scott still lurking in third. And right now holding down fourth, that's 75K of Jared Kunkel. Roselli at the moment a distant fifth. Checkered flag, Bruno, Bouchel, Scott, and Kunkel. Again, your top 4 out of that one. The win to the 5B, Christian Bruno. Runner-up, the 86 of Adam Buchel. Third to the 13 of Wayne Scott. And fourth to qualify in the 75K, Jared Kunkel. Roselli made a late race charge, finishing fifth, coming up just a bit short in his attempt to overtake Jared Kunkel. All right, fifth and final heat race for the 600s. On the track now, on the pole from Lehighton, Pennsylvania. Winner of February's East Coast Indoor Dirt Nationals in Trenton, the number 18, Zach Beeler. Starting second out of Harrington, Delaware, driving the 4J, Julian Rexroad. Lining up third from Fleetwood, the 65Z, Jake Fisher. Going fourth, the winner of this race last year when the modifieds were here, out of Catasauqua, Pennsylvania, the 11Z, Kyle Lick. Going fifth from Woolwich Township, New Jersey, in the 10L, Lucas Kostick. Lining up in sixth from Stroudsburg, the 66 of Billy Koch. Going seventh from Hackettstown, New Jersey, car number 78, Aiden Donaldson. Lining up in the 8th spot out of Boyertown, the 7R, Luke Repsick. And the final starter from Morgantown, the 23M, Kenny Miller III. Ready for green, here we go. Final heat race for the 600s. Zach Beeler gonna dash away with the early lead. One driver roaming to the top of the banking. That would be the 10L of Lucas Kostick. Kostick gonna ride the high side into third. Julian Rexroad into 4J, currently the runner-up. And then it is the 66 of Billy Koch down on the bottom, battling with Kostick for third spot. Beeler, Rexroad, and then a hot and heavy contest for third. Billy Koch down on the bottom, that white and black. Number 66 with the gold numerals halfway through it. 4 down, 4 to go. Look at Kostick hammer the cushion through 1 and 2. He's going to skate back to the 4th spot now. He's on the bubble back there in 4th, but he's got a bit of a cushion over Kyle Lick, who battles Kenny Miller for 5th. 2 more revolutions in this heat race. Zach Beeler comfortably out front. Rexroad was all alone in second. Billy Koch now closing the gap. Battle looming for that runner-up spot. Kostick may have a battle on his hands for 4th. Kyle Lick closing in on the 10L. Checkered flag for Zach Beeler. The winner over Rexroad, Koch, and Lucas Kostick. So Zach Beeler taking home the heat race victory. His first start of the year. This is only our second event of the season at Action Track USA. Beeler's first start here this season, taking down the heat race win over the 4J of Julian Rexroad. Then the 66, Billy Koch, a close third. And the 4th and final qualifier, the 10L of Lucas Kostick. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of track prep going on now. Lots more racing to come. Here from Action Track USA, it's the Berks County Brawl on FloRacing, and we'll be right back. check out the fan zone open. We're not going to let you cross right this minute, but again, between races, you can go over there, get a different view of the racing. The Izzy Trucking and Rigging fan zone looks like a pretty full house down there.
So, drivers making their way out onto the racetrack. Initially, we had 2 consolation events for the Short Track Super Series. We had a couple of scratches, so now we are only going to do 1 last chance race. Going to be 10 laps, top 4 drivers moving on into the Berks County Brawl. On the pole, you're going to have the 84Y of Alex Yankowski. Alongside him, the 97 of Bobby Hackle. Second row to the inside, Bobby Butler in the 5B. Then you have the 51 of Ryan Krachin. Colby Fry, Billy Pouch Jr., Cale Ross, Brian Herthler, Anthony Tramatania, Sammy March Jr., Austin Dean make up the field for the B main here this evening as we get back underway. Bobby Hackle in the 97 will bring the Thundering Herd here off of turn number 4. He'll lead lap number 1. Alex Yankowski looking good right now, running in that runner-up spot, but we'll look behind him. A great duel for the 3rd position right now. Ryan Krachin has it at the line, but Bobby Butler is there. Butler trying to find some grip on the extreme low side. But Barry, here comes the 112 of Cale Ross. He'll look to the outside, trying to
Ross
find some grip.
pounding the cushion out of corner number 4, making his way to the front. Although Hackle, who loves this place and always puts on a great show, is pulling away.
Right now, laps starting to tick away here in the only B main event. Cale Ross getting on the bike. Now we got a 3-car duel for that 4th and final transfer position. Here comes the F1 of Colby Fry. Fry trying to rip the lip to perfection.
Goes working the bottom very well, Earl. That would be the conductor, Bobby Butler, in the 5B. He's got a lot of laps around this place in a Speedster, in a 600. And he is working, but Cale Ross going to get the better of him down the back chute.
Laps starting to tick away. 3 laps to go. This time by Fry hard into the outside wall here on turn number 4. He is off the pace, and the caution flag is going to wave. So the caution coming out with 3 laps to go as Colby Fry slams the outside wall in turn number 4. 7 laps are in, 3 to go. You hear Brett Dayer, owner and promoter of the Short Track Super Series, communicating with the drivers over the one-way radio system. Remember, the top 4 finishers out of this B main is going to move directly into the feature event. Your leader, Bobby Hackle, choosing to start on the outside of row number 1. That'll bring Alex Yankowski to the inside. Then you have the 51 of Ryan Krachin and Cale Ross in row number 2. Bobby Butler in that 5B going to the inside in row 3. Brian Herthler is going to start on the outside of that 3rd row. And then you have the 13T of Anthony Tramatania and Sammy Martz, the 2 drivers making up the final row when the field comes to green with 3 laps to go. Barry Angstadt, my goodness, what a race we were witnessing there for that 4th and final transfer.
You know what's wild, Earl? These double file restarts. You just don't know what's going to happen. Drivers looking to take advantage here when the green flag flies once again.
So remember, per Short Track Super Series rule, the leader on these restarts has the option to choose if they want to start to the inside or on the outside. You can see Bobby Hackle, he's going to choose to come to the outside when the field reaches to the Sunoco start zone. Green flag comes out. Yankowski trying to drive underneath Hackle right now. They drag race down the back straight away, but the caution flag is going to come out. You have Sammy March Jr. coming to a stop in the middle of turns 1 and 2.
It's a tough break for the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 24. Sammy March Jr. picked up his very first Speedster victory here last season. In fact, I believe it was in our final or second to last race of the year. He's also run a 600 sprint here on many occasions. Been a winner down, of course, at Bridgeport Motorsports Park. And hopefully Sammy will be able to continue. Does drive away under his own power. But only 3 to go, Earl, and Sammy's got a pretty tall task in front of him coming from the back.
Yeah, no doubt about it, as Bobby Hackle will obviously bring the field back to green. He's going to choose, see where he chooses, if he's going to start to the inside or the outside. He saw Jankowski hung with him there when the field got the green flag, and Hackle's going to choose to the outside. As the caution lights are out, we're going to come to green. The field once again rolls to the Sunoco Race Fuel start zone. We get back underway. Jankowski still hanging with Hackle. They drag race down the back straightaway. 2 by 2 into turn number 3. Jankowski trying to wrestle the lead away from Bobby Hackle. Side by side at the twin sticks. 2 more times around. Keep your eye on the 112 of Cale Ross. Ross rumbles to the outside of Jankowski. He's not done yet. Can Cale Ross steal the win away from Hackle? We'll see the Barons Performance white flag this time by. Here comes Ross. He rips the lip and hauls the mail down the back straightaway. Hackle, he'll go to the inside. Ross rides the cushion off of turn number 4 at the line and give the B main win to the 97 of Bobby Hackle. If that has anything to say of what we are going to see coming up a little bit later on for the Berks County Brawl, hang on, folks. You are in for a good one, as Bobby Hackle is going to win the consolation event over the 112 of Cale Ross, finishing third, the 84Y of Alex Jankowski, and finishing in that fourth and final transfer unofficially will be the 51 of Ryan Kracham. Finishing fifth, the 5B of Bobby Butler. Sixth, the 4-star of Brian Herthler. 7, the 24M of Sammy March Jr. 8th, the 13T of Anthony Tramontana. 9th, the F1 of Colby Fry. 10th will be Billy Pouch Jr. and 11th, Austin Dean. What are we doing now? Break? What's the status on that, Mike? So with that, that is going to wrap up all qualifying for the Short Track Super Series right now, while we wait for the micros to stage for their B main events coming up. But as we have the opportunity, we're going to take another short commercial break for everyone tuning in at home on FloRacing. Once again, we are live here at Action Track USA, located in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. And we just completed the B main, the only consolation event for the Short Track Super Series here at Action Track USA for the Berks County Brawl. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out here this evening and like to thank everyone for tuning in at home on FloRacing. Barry, you can see on your screen, we set it at the top of the broadcast, an absolutely jam-packed facility we have here tonight.
So good to see the crowd out here on a beautiful Tuesday evening. Are you guys having a good time here at Action Track USA?
I know those fans down in the infield are having a good time, gotten some signs autographed right there. We see you down there in the infield having a good time down in the Izzy and Trucking Rigging fan zone. That's what it's all about, you know.
Absolutely.
We have so many shows throughout the season, a lot of midweek shows too, and we understand that people still work during the day and they try their best to get here at the track when they can, when they get off of work. But when you come to these facilities and have a great time, that's what it's all about.
No doubt. It's as much, for the fun, the interaction with the other fans. Hopefully, down there in the fan zone, you never know. Drivers come over. They want to see what the track is doing. They want to watch the racing surface, watch the other race cars. You could be rubbing elbows with some of your heroes down there as they come over and get a view from inside the fan zone as well. Of course, the Turn 2 Tavern open. They must really be getting rowdy, Earl, because they've torn down the umbrellas down there. Inside turns 1 and 2.
People
I don't
like to
know
get crazy.
what happened to the umbrellas.
I don't know. Turn 2 Tavern, I might have to take a little peek at the tavern over there during these consolation events for the 600 microspins back. How about that, Barry? A legend, Kenny Brightbill, right here at Action Track USA for the Berks County Brawl.
When Rich Tobias and Doug Rose took over this facility back in 2013 and turned it into what you see here now, Action Track USA, Kenny Brightbill competed in the Speedster division, was the very first Speedster point champion here back in 2013.
So Kenny Brightbill here at Action Track USA. Good to have him here witnessing what is a fantastic show. And as we mentioned, we come back a little bit later on in August. The Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco, returns here to Action Track USA in August during the Kutztown Fair. Excited to get here for that and possibly check out the beer garden. But I also hear the food is good too, Barry.
Oh, it is. You can't beat it. Yeah, can't beat the food. Fair food. You got the lights from the rides, and it's just a really cool atmosphere. And always draw a really big crowd for the racing events during the fair. Hey, the Turn 2 Tavern, sponsored by VFW Post 8282 out of Briningsville, Pennsylvania. Thank them for their support. And we want to welcome back everybody who's tuned in on FloRacing for the Berks County Brawl here at Action Track USA. We are about to have our 2 B mains, last chance qualifiers, for the Hyper Racing 600 sprints. We are taking the top 2 finishers out of each of those B mains. They will be 8 laps in distance. And starting on the pole in B main number 1 from Ortfield, Pennsylvania, driving the number 56, that's Tyler Henry. Out of Clark Summit, PA, the 9X, Connor Mirabelli, will start second. And going third from Catasauqua, the 11Z, Kyle Lick. The 10G, Mason Peters from Chickasha, PA, he'll start fourth. And in fifth, Kyle Hervey in car number 24. Lining up sixth out of Gettysburg, the 9G, Grady McGrew. The 9W, the Big Deal, Weston Oakland from Hellertown, will start 7th, and in 8th from Hackettstown, New Jersey, in car 78, that's Aiden Donaldson. All the way from Schnecksville, PA, the 22, Chase Ware, starts 9th, going 10th, also from Hellertown, the 50, Jacob Severn. The 24M, Brody Miller from Ole, Pennsylvania, starts 11th, and going 12th from nearby Fleetwood, the 65Z, Jake Fisher. That is the field for B main number 1. Now there is a fully paid B main coming up for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds. $1,000 to win that one. $100 to take the green.
And they're going to have an option. Whoever wins that B main can choose to take home that said $1,000 or choose to start on the tail end of the Berks County Brawl. So we're going to have that coming up a little bit later on. Originally, it was going to be 20 laps, but as we mentioned, we had some scratches after the heat races and consolation events. So we're going to see how many drivers will make the call for the Rocky 20, tentatively 20 laps. Again, we might have to adjust that. But we got 600 micros making their way out onto the surface for their B mains.
Check 1, 2. There we go. Getting ready for B main number 1. Again, the top 2 finishers will move on to the 25-lap main event. Out of each of these B mains, or last chance qualifiers for the 600s. And we're ready. Tim Henry and Connor Mirabelli share row number 1. Kyle Lick and Mason Peters in row 2. Kyle Herbay and Grady McGrew in the 3rd row, ready for green. Here they come, and we're off and running. Good little wheel stand out of in turn number 1. Mirabelli with a head of steam down the back chute. On the high side, Connor Mirabelli leading lap number 1. Tyler Henry giving chase. Now there's a 3rd competitor in the mix there. That would be the 11Z of Kyle Lick. Lick gonna swing up in front of Henry. He'll take 2nd spot away. Challenging for the lead already out of turn 2. Mirabelli will hold him off for the moment. Racing hard out there. Back in 4th, that would be Mason Peters, the 10G. He took a swing at Henry down to the bottom. Nothing there. Tyler now trying to work the bottom to get under Lick. Lick, however, has other ideas. He's going around the high side. He will bypass Connor Mirabelli and go to the head of the class. Kyle Lick now in front of the field. Laps clicking off quickly. 5 down, 3 to go. Right now, Kyle Lick and Connor Mirabelli are the 2 drivers who will advance. Mirabelli, though, not safe yet. Tyler Henry just a couple of car lengths behind him. And then in 4th, still the 10G of Mason Peters. White flag in the air. Final trip around the speedway here in B-Main number 1. Lick looks to be pretty safe out front. Mirabelli has gotten away from Henry. It's going to be Kyle Lick and Connor Mirabelli moving on to the main event. Tyler Henry 3rd, Mason Peters 4th, Jacob Severn rounding out the top 5. But the 2 qualifiers are the 11Z Kyle Lick and the 9X Connor Mirabelli. All right, our final qualifying event of the night for the 600 sprints. And on the pole, lost the season opener by inches to Christian Bruno. The 14C is Connor Gross out of Asbury, New Jersey, our pole sitter here in B main number 2. Lined up next to him from Broadheadsville, PA, the number 95, James Roselli. Hailing from Scranton, the 76K, Larry Kelleher will start third, and going fourth from Nazareth in the Z29, Evan Nolf. Back in fifth, it's the 23M, Kenny Miller the third, the thriller Kenny Miller. He'll start fifth. In sixth, from Gilbertsville in the number 83, Sparks Gabe Gerber. And in seventh, out of Saylorsburg, the number 9, Keith McIntyre Jr. From Bath, PA, the 32K, Carter Koonsman will start eighth. And back in ninth, the number 70, Jasper Zigafus out of Nazareth. The 7R, Luke Repsick, will start in 10th. Luke out of Boyertown. Then comes the 12 of Amanda Bouchel and the letter Z, Chris Tittle. 11 of the 12 scheduled starters on the Speedway. We are missing the 70 of Jasper Zigafus. And ready for green. 8 laps the distance, 2 more to qualify. Connor Gross out to the early lead. Roselli racing behind him in that runner-up spot. They're dancing away from everybody else, trying to settle it between the two of them. Kenny Miller has other ideas though. Miller just threaded the needle between 2 other cars. Miller up to third. Larry Kelleher not letting him get away though. The 76K came to play here tonight. Kelleher now to the inside. He and Miller going wheel to wheel for that third spot. They got to close in, and they are closing on runner-up James Roselli. 3 down, headed for halfway this time. Out front, waltzing away, the 14C, Connor Gross, opening up a nice advantage. Roselli running hard in that second spot, but now he's got company. Here comes Kenny Miller on the high side. Miller throwing it into corners 1 and 2. Miller with a slight advantage at the end of the back chute. 2 to go this time by. Roselli hanging tough down on the bottom. Fantastic battle for the final qualifying spot. Larry Kelleher a distant fourth at the moment. White flag, 1 more rapid revolution for the 600s here in B main number 2. Miller trying to clear Roselli for second. Connor Gross wins it. Kenny Miller will qualify. Miller the runner-up. Roselli a disappointed third. With the 76K of Larry Kelleher coming home fourth, and the number 9, Keith McIntyre, rounding out the top 5. But again, the 2 qualifiers out of the final B main, Connor Gross victorious in the 14C, and Kenny Miller coming from the back, or rather from 5th, but he had to make a late race charge to get that final qualifying spot. Well, folks, coming up next, the Rocky 20, fully paid B main.
So originally the Rocky 20 was going to be 20 laps. With the scratches that we had, we trimmed it down to 10 laps. Still, again, paying $1,000 to win. Whoever wins this will have the option to take home that $1,000 or choose to start in the rear of the Berks County Brawl. Here is how they are supposed to come to the green. Starting on the pole from Milford, New Jersey in the 5B, it's Bobby Butler. Alongside him from Green Lane, PA in the 4-star, it's Brian Herthler. Row number 2 is going to be the 24M of Sammy March Jr. He is out of Branchburg, New Jersey. And a final starter in this one is going to be the 13T of Anthony Tramontana. Scratching from the Rocky 20 is the F1 of Colby Fry, the 14 of Billy Pouch Jr., and the number 1 of Austin Dean. If you remember, Dean got upside down in his heat race, and he has scratched for the evening. So the lights are out. So again, $1,000 to win this B main, or the driver can choose to start, and the tail of the feature coming up. Again, Bobby Butler, Brian Herthler, Sammy March Jr., Anthony Tramontana. The field comes to the Sunoco start zone. Green flag is out. We get underway. Again, 10 laps will be the distance. Brian Herthler to the outside. He'll drive right around by Bobby Butler. Butler, however, sticks it back down low. They drag race back down to the line. Brian Herthler is going to lead lap number 1.
Oh, Butler big time crossed up, and Herthler, that caused him, I think, to have to stab the brakes. They both got real wiggly over there in turn 2. Herthler rebounding first. He'll lead lap number 2.
Sammy March Jr. in the 24 and looking strong right now as he's in third. He'll look down beneath Bobby Butler. Little contact there off of turn number 4. Now Sammy March Jr. is up into the runner-up spot.
You know, just that little contest there for the runner-up spot allowed Herthler to get away from them. Herthler opening up a nice lead, and Butler and March still going at it for the runner-up spot.
Yeah, the battle still rages on for that runner-up position as Anthony Tramontana has caught up to this duo of Bobby Butler and the 24M of Sammy March Jr. But however, with these drivers going at it for that runner-up spot, they are letting the leader, Brian Herthler, get away. Last time by, Herthler had a 1.5 second lead. This time by, it's still out to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, Herthler, of course, he's got his fingers crossed, his toes crossed, everything crossed, hoping it stays green as with 3 laps remaining, and he's got a commanding lead as Butler now pulling away from March and Tramontana in that second spot.
So 2 more times around to go in the Rocky 10. If Herthler can hang on for another lap, as they will see the Barron's Performance white flag this time by, we will speak to him down on the front straightaway to see if he's going to choose to take home the $1,000 prize or start to the tail end of the field as he makes his way off of 4. Sunoco checker flags are out, and Brian Herthler will get the dub. Second will go to Bobby Butler. Third, Sammy March Jr., and Anthony Tramontana will finish in 4th.
As Earl Hoon Jr. heads down there to get a word with Brian Herthler. See, it's called Let's Make a Deal, kind of. You got a choice. Herthler has a choice. Take that $1,000 for winning the Rocky 10, or decide to start the 50-lap Berks County Brawl. We're going to find out what Brian Herthler decides right after these messages. Break time is going to wait until after we hear from Brian Herthler. And we are waiting. He went to the scales first, of course. Got to make sure he clears the scales, makes weight. Then he will head for weak-necked archery victory lane. Of course, we also have the Short Track Super Series FloRacing victory lane banner ready for him down here. as Herfler pulls into victory lane. And we wish Haven a happy 11th birthday coming up in a couple of days. We'll send it down to Earl Hoon Jr.
So Brian Herfler is going to win tonight's Rocky 10. We're going to have a couple words with him down in Weak Neck Archery Victory Lane here at Action Track USA in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. As after we are done interviewing Brian Herfler, we're going to have Jeff Olam take over for this evening's BA Custom Headers redraw. As he's getting out of the car, ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. Brian Herfler winning the Rocky 10 here tonight at Action Track USA. So we'll get Brian over here on the side of the car. First and foremost, congratulations on winning the Rocky 10 here at Action Track USA.
Thank you. Might only be a B main to some, but winning anything at this point, I've had a terrible week. Start of the season, I qualified for the opener and didn't qualify for 4 weeks in a row. So $1,000 to win a B main, I'll take it any day of the week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's a good payday, no matter how you look at it. But however, we do have a very important question to ask you. With you being the winner of the Rocky 10, you have the choice to take home that $1,000, or you have the option to tag the tail of this starting field and take home even more money. So we're going to ask the fans first, what do you think? Do you think you should just take the money and run, or take it to the tail end of the field? Well, what do you think?
We found a loose right rear hub before that, so my brakes were not very good, and 4 cars in the B main is one thing. 16 out there in a feature, I don't want to hit anybody, so I'll take the 1,000 and try and fix her up for Saturday, and hopefully everybody has a good race, and 4-star car hopefully wins. It won't be my 4-star car, but one of them. Shout out Pioneer Pole Buildings, Alpine Truck Repair, Action Track USA, and Auto Body, everybody that sponsors me. So I won't hold anybody up, and let's get going.
Brian Herfler winning tonight's Rocky 10 here at the Action Track USA. We're going to throw it back up top as we get ready for this evening's BA Custom Headers redraw.
Thank you, Earl. And, you know, $1,000, hard to turn down. Brian Herfler says, yep, that'll look good in the bank account. So Brian makes his decision. We're getting ready for the redraw, and we'll bring that to you right after this.
Welcome back to Action Track USA here on the Kutztown Fairgrounds. It is time now for the redraw, so we are going to send it down to the Victory Lane area and send it trackside to Jeff Allen.
All right, thanks, Barry. The BA Custom Headers redraw. First driver, Heat 1, Anthony Perego. We have the Bob Hilbert Sportswear hats. You can get any one of these redraw hats on the official website store at bobhilbertshop.com. What do you think, Anthony? Got the opening heat win.
Yeah, picking someone out of the stands didn't work for us tonight, but you know, we had a really good car there in the heat race. Hopefully we can go out here and just survive all 50 and come home in one piece.
What'd you get?
Number 8.
Number 8 for Anthony Perego. Next up will be Danny Buck. Danny Buck's got it. He won heat number 2 tonight. What do you think, Danny? This track can be challenging one way or the other.
Yeah, it's up on the wheel tonight for sure. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we keep it on all fours this year.
All right, what do you got?
Number 4.
Number 4 for Danny Buck in the 6. Matt Stengel next up. Matt Stengel won heat race number 3. Matt, not a lot of laps here at Action Track to have fun out there.
A little bit. I mean, it's going to be a long 50 laps. Goal is to keep it on all 4 and see what happens.
What'd you get?
2.
Number 2 for Matt Stengel. Next up will be Loudon Reimert. Loudon Reimert, our ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero tonight. Ran well in his heat, got second. So Loudon, so far so good. What do you think? You might have a little work in the feature.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but I'm just looking to get 50 clean laps here and kind of see what we can do.
Where are you going? Position?
7th.
Position 7 for Loudon Reimert. Dylan Stoyer next up. Dylan Stoyer next up. Dylan, you've had some laps here in your career here, and looked like the car was pretty smooth out there.
Yeah, so far so good. We unloaded with good speed, and hopefully we can carry that into the feature. We got a long 50 laps ahead, so we'll just try to navigate it, you know, the best we can and see where we come out.
All right, what do we get here for Dylan? Number 9. He gets the worst number, so he gets to be a redraw bonus of $50. Mike Gooler. Mike Gooler won the initial Berks County Brawl, and you love that inside lane. You have the car perfectly set up for that the bottom lane there.
Yeah, we were decent. We're trying to get it a little bit more balanced for the feature, and it's going to be 50 laps of beating the hell out of it, so we're going to give it hell.
Where are you going?
3rd.
Number 3 for Mike Gooler. Next up will be Danny Creedon. Danny Creedon won our most recent New Jersey Quality Drywall South race at Bedford Fairgrounds. Danny, you're a short track specialist in your career. You run either big tracks or little tracks, so what do you think? The car looked pretty good tonight.
Yeah, I felt pretty good. Billy kind of pointed me in a direction with the gear, and I didn't have enough in, so hopefully we got enough gear into it tonight because we start on the pole.
All right, Danny Creedon starts on the pole. Michael Maresca next up. Michael Maresca, the Weak Neck Archery 7mm. Here he comes. Look out. All right, Michael, you had a pretty good run in your heat race tonight. First time you saw the Action Track as a driver. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty fun. Just trying, keep my nose clean and be there at the end.
Where are we going from?
5.
Position 5 for Michael Maresca. Last up will be Kyle Smith. Kyle's been here before. You sort of grew up at this racetrack, so you got the modified here. You're into redraw. So far, so good tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting to be here in the redraw, at least. We come out here to have fun. Just kind of always loved racing here. It's in our backyard, so we figured why not every year. And we're running good this year, so hopefully we can keep that going.
What did we get? Position?
6.
Number 6 for Kyle Smith. All right, how about a nice hand for your modified drivers to the BA Custom Headers redraw down here in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. We'll go back upstairs. We may be going to another break.
So the top 9 starters now decided for the 50-lap Berks County Brawl. They will go back, buckle into their mounts, and bring them around to the staging lane. Track prep winding down. And it will be time here very, very soon The moment we've all been waiting for, the start of the 50-lap Short Track Super Series Modified Berks County Brawl. I want to remind everybody we are back in action here, not tomorrow, our typical Wednesday. Nope, next week. Take the night off tomorrow night. We will be back next Wednesday, June the 3rd, with the Ronnie Tobias Memorial annual event that we always look forward to, paying tribute to the late, great Ronnie Tobias. And coming up here in just about 2 weeks, Wednesday, June the 10th, modifieds are awesome. We're going to have super late models here for the second time. Wednesday, June the 10th, part of Appalachian Speed Week for the super late models. Going to be an awesome show. Trevor Feathers and the whole gang will be here slinging the late models around. That's Wednesday, June the 10th.
We are back here at Action Track USA at the Kutztown Fairgrounds for tonight's Berks County Brawl for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco Modifieds, our South Region, New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region event. Hey, well, we got a minute. I know Barry has probably mentioned it. Action Track will be back next Wednesday, June 3rd, with the Ronnie Tobias Memorial. The week after that will be the Appalachian Mountain Super Late Model event. For the Super Late Models, the second time ever they will be here. That'll be Wednesday, June the 10th. Upcoming events for the Short Track Super Series. Last Sunday, Brookfield Fairgrounds, the Madison County Fairgrounds, Brookfield Speedway had a Short Track Super Series sportsman race. That has been that was rained out, rescheduled for Sunday, June 14th. Fast Cars and Freedom Short Track Super Series Sunday, June 14th. We have a Short Track Super Series High Torque in New York North Region Modified race Sunday, June 21st at the Devil's Bowl Speedway in West Haven, Vermont. Thursday, June 24th at the Motorsports Park for the Interstate 88 Special. That'll be a modified and sportsman doubleheader. Wednesday, July 1st, the Fonda Speedway, the Firecracker 50, High Torque in New York North Region Modified, Madison Overhead Door North Region Sportsman. And then we go to Bridgeport Motorsports Park in New Jersey, South Jersey Shootout on Tuesday, July 14th for the Short Track Super Series Modified New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region, and Belmont's Garage South Region events for modified and sportsman on July 14th at Bridgeport. Full schedule and details at shorttracksuperseries.com. Some of the bonuses tonight for the event include the American Racer Elias Tire bonuses. Every Short Track Super Series event will see drivers between 6th and 10th and 11th and 15th entered into drawings to win a certificate for a free American Racer tire, courtesy of American Racer and regional distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more about American Racer distributor Elias Tire online at eliastire.net. ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero. At every Short Track Super Series event, the fastest driver in Dirt Draft Hot Laps gets a $100 bonus from ATL Fuel Cells on the web at atlinc.com, or give them a call at 201-825-1400. ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or Instagram. We just completed the BA Custom Headers redraw. The driver picking the worst number in the BA Custom Headers redraw each Short Track Super Series event will get a $50 bonus courtesy of BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com. Henry's Exhaust bonus, the driver finishing 11th at every Short Track Super Series event gets a $50 certificate courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York. Like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems on Facebook to learn more. MD3 Most Laps Led Award, the driver leading the most laps in every STSS modified event gets a $100 certificate courtesy of MD3, the premier dirt racing body panels on the web at MD3race.com. PEM Engineering third place bonus. The driver finishing third at every STSS modified event receives a certificate for a free PEM 650 Series Premium LW Polished Quick Change gear set valued at $159.95. Visit PEMRacing.com for more info. Penske Racing shock bonuses. Drivers finishing first, second, third respectively get a certificate for $150, $175 respectively during the entire Short Track Super Series season, courtesy of Penske Racing Shocks of Reading. Learn more at PenskeShocks.com. As Swift Springs Hard Luck Award, the Hard Luck Award recipient each night, as selected by the Short Track Super Series officials, gets a certificate for a free spring, courtesy of Swift Springs of Corona, California, on the web at swiftsprings.com. Barron's Performance Warehouse making the white flag lap lucrative at all STSS modified high torque in New York North Region and New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region points paying events. And tonight is a points paying event for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region. Points will be paid out to the top three drivers on every white flag lap, including heats, consolations, and features at every Short Track Super Series event. First gets 3, second gets 2, third gets 1 point. Point totals will be tallied in both the North and South regions. The top performers in both North and South regions will receive Barron's Performance Warehouse gift cards. Overall, $1,000. Second, $500 gift cards. And third, $250. Shop online at barrons.com. Thanks again to Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our series title sponsor. Sunoco Race Fuels, the official fuel, and American Racer, the official tire. All right, here is your starting lineup. Modifieds are pulling into the staging lane. Here is the way they will go to the post in tonight's event following the redraw. The winner of our most recent New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region event at the Bedford Fairgrounds will start on the pole. Driving out of Wurtsboro, New York, he is driving in the 16X. Defending champion at the Afton Motorsports Park, that is Danny Creedon. And alongside of him, the Ace Materials number 6X, driving out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey, Matty Ice, Matt Stengel. Row number 2 to the inside, driving out of Hartleysville, Pennsylvania. He is driving in the Menby Roofing Extreme Mechanical number 53, Mike Goulart. And outside of him in the CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish. Short load concrete, number 6 from Pipersville, Pennsylvania, Danny Buck. Row number 3 to the inside, driving out of Baldwinsville, New York, driving in the Weak Neck Archery. St. Lawrence Radiology 7mm will be Michael Maresca. And alongside of him, driving the DNS Retrievers, Chris Manwiller Trucking, Ronnie Folk Paving 77 from Fleetwood, Kyle Smith. Row number 4 to the inside, driving in the Floor Machine and Tool Kibblehouse family. Number 16 out of Ole, Loudon Reimert. And outside of him, driving the Vinnie Salerno Tire Discount Center number 4 from Walden, New York. That will be Anthony Perego. Row number 5 to the inside out of Bohemia, New York. Driving in the Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farm 6D, Dylan Stoyer. And alongside of him out of Ringo's, New Jersey, he will be driving in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Camp Out Incorporated, Ellery's Restaurant 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Go Down. Row number 6 to the inside. He drives out of Addison, New York. He is driving in the Bailey Brothers Landscaping number 5K, Kenny Peoples Jr. And alongside of him in the G&T Erectors, Sweetwater Marina Riverboat Deck number 9 from Upper Makefield, that's Joe Toth. Row 7 to the inside, driving the Killer Crate Racing Products, Godgard Motorsports, number 97 from East Greenbush, New York, Bobby Hackle IV. And alongside of him out of Lambertville, New Jersey, the B&T Tools, Bish Sales, Husqvarna number 112, Cale Ross. Row number 8 to the inside, driving out of Covington Township, Pennsylvania. 2 years ago, the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Point Champion, 2-time Fonda Champ in the Milmas Napa Auto Parts. Easy Work Trucks number 84Y, Alex Yankowski. And alongside of him in the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, Dan Somelingode. BK Trucking number 51 from Neshannock Station, New Jersey, Ryan Krachin. Row number 9 to the inside with a couple of provisionals added to the lineup. Driving out of Vineland, driving in the 13T, that's the Mancini Custom Homes entry, Anthony Tramontana. And alongside, driving in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 24, Joy Auto Parts entry out of Branchburg, New Jersey, Sammy Martz Jr. That's your starting lineup. 18 cars will go to the post in tonight's 50-lap Berks County Brawl.
Cars rolling trackside. On behalf of Brett Deo, owner and promoter of the Short Track Super Series, and everyone else involved here at Action Track USA in Kutztown, Pennsylvania, we thank you so very much for coming out here this evening to watch the Berks County Brawl, 50 laps to distance. Jeff Olam, caution lights are out. We're going to go green at the Sunoco start zone in turn 4.
All right, folks, this is the moment. We are white flag coming out this time. White flag coming out. Give them a nice wave when they come by. Something white or something bright. Wave it for your favorite. The stars and cars of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Race number 3 in the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region. The Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Berks County Brawl here at Action Track USA. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. The modifieds are ready to rumble.
And the Berks County Brawl gets underway here at Action Track USA. Danny Creed, and he will jump out to the early lead as we come off of turn number 4. Matt Stengel looks to the inside. 1 lap is in the book, and it's going to be the 16 exit. Danny Creed and your leader.
Stengel working on the inside lane as they head out of the corner and down the back straightaway into the turn. Creedon's got the lead. Stengel, here comes Mike Gooler. He'll work the bottom.
Side by side they go in the turns number 1 and 2. Gooler trying to wrestle away that runner-up spot from Stengel. He'll do that. Stengel trying to answer the call. He'll work up high off of 4, nothing there.
Down the straightaway, action throughout the pack. Anthony Perego working through the turn. We got one slowing here off of turn 4. Kenny Peoples Jr. in the 5 brings out the yellow. Kenny Peoples Jr. brings out the caution. Mike Guler had just worked his way up the inside lane and moved by Matt Stangl, picking up position number 2. All 50 laps in our feature race for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds will be green flag laps. Again, the Modifieds here once a year at Action Track USA. This year will make a second appearance, as Barry and Earl alluded to earlier, during the annual Kutztown Fair. That'll be on a Wednesday night. A lot of racing during the Kutztown Fair, multiple nights of action. Keep tuned into the Action Track USA website for all the races that happen here during the Kutztown Fair. Barry mentioned the super late model race coming up here on June 10th. We got the USAC National Sprint Tour coming in here on June the 21st. All right, right now, Creedon is picking the bottom lane for the restart. What do you think there, Earl?
Danny Creedon has 6 wins with the Short Track Super Series. If you remember, guys, for the opener for the South Region, Creedon was able to pick up the win over at the Bedford Fair Speedway back on March 29th. That would have been the second race for the South Region. Obviously, first one was at the Kingdom of Speed.
What do you think there, Barry?
I'm impressed. You know, Mike Guler just gets around this place so well. Took a liking to it and seemed comfortable year one when he won the thing. Last year, of course, came up about a quarter lap short for a win number 2, and now he jumps into that runner-up spot. I'm telling you, watch out for that 53.
I think a guy we need to watch is the guy in 4th spot right now. Stangl 3, Danny Buck 4. If you heard him in the redraw, he said, I want to keep it on the wheels. Last year, he ended up rolling on his lid. So he's right there. Michael Moreska in the next row with Kyle Smith. Flames are flying on the back straightaway. We have 4 laps scored. Here they come.
So Creedon gets back on the loud pedal. Good start by Guler. Hangs with Creedon as they make their way into turn number 2. Side by side down the back stretch. They go.
Motoring.
Creedon still hanging tough. Swings it wide off before a little contact now. Here comes Danny Buck. Buck looked to go for 2 for 1 in the turns number 1 and 2.
Buck trying to get by Guler, but we got trouble in turn 1. We got a car going around. Brings out the yellow. Yellow lights coming on. 5 laps in. Car spinning out. Everybody else got past. Danny Buck trying to get by Mike Guler for second. Earl, if Danny does get by Danny Buck for second and moves into that spot, he'll be alongside Danny Creedon. Do you remember what happened at Bedford?
I sure do. A lot of contact when the field was coming to get the Sunoco checker flag. A lot of drama also happening after they were getting the checkered, coming to the scale area, right?
Do you think they remember?
Oh, I think they do. Buck knows exactly. You think he wants revenge here tonight. Still a long way to go here in this one, but most certainly, you know that's in the back of their mind right now.
Yeah, there's no question about it. To have those two, you couldn't write a script any better than what we've got right now, right here. How about young Kyle Smith, though? That's 77, now up and into 4th spot. Good job by Kyle, but a slingshot racer here many seasons ago. Smith wheeling a modified now, up and into 4th. Getting ready to get back to business, guys. Watch that front row.
Cale Ross in the 112 started back in 14th. He's already moving up as well. He's up to 6th. Here they come, back to green. Danny Buck and Creedon. Whoa! They rub wheels going into the turn. Guler is sideways in the corner. He's going to get her back underway, but that cost him dearly.
So Guler going to fall mid-pack right now as we got a battle for the runner-up spot. Here comes the 77 of Kyle Smith. Smith goes on the outside of Danny Buck. He's going to try to bring Cale Ross with him. 3-car battle for the runner-up spot.
What a race into the turn. Smith in second, Buck on the outside, on the inside of Kyle Smith, and right there's Cale Ross working into the turn. Hot and heavy action. Ross on the outside of Buck, followed now by Loudon Reimert.
That top side is in right now, and Kyle Smith is letting everyone know that Danny Creedon trying to make that car as wide as it can be. The car stalled in turn 4. Here comes another run by Kyle Smith as they are 2 by 2 by 2 off of turn number 2.
Kyle Smith will grab the number 1 spot from Danny Creedon. The Grandview Speedway regular now grabbing the number 1 spot. Creedon is in second spot. Here comes Cale Ross to the outside of Danny Buck, and now Loudon Reimer will both go by Danny Buck down the backstretch.
Reimer will move up into P4. Danny Buck trying to drive underneath him, and nothing there. It's still Kyle Smith out front. Danny Creedon running in the runner-up spot, but he's trying to fend off Cale Ross as he's making that top line come in off of turn 4.
Right now, Creedon and Cale Ross will battle for second. Danny Buck and Loudon Reimer will battle for the 4th spot. Then Michael Maresca and Matt Stangl battle. Then Mike Guler and Anthony Perego as Guler tries to work his way back through the field. After that earlier miscue behind them, it's Go Down Yankowski and Bobby Hackle.
Working on a green flag run here at Action Track USA. It's anybody's ball game at this point. The question is, when are we going to start to reach the tail end of this field? As Danny Buck still trying to get underneath Danny Creedon. That's a great side-by-side battle for third.
Yeah, good battle. Creedon and Danny Buck. Uh-oh, we got trouble in turn 4. Matt Stangl is in trouble. Matt Stangl, who was running in the top 10, in trouble, and he makes an abrupt right-hand turn. That really is something that should not be done here. Going an abrupt right and up the hill, right in front of Dylan Stoyer. Caution lights are on. And Stoyer will get around Matt Stangl. 15 laps have been completed. Wow. Kyle Smith, a Grandview Speedway regular in the modified division, has worked his way to the outside. He started in 6th position. Getting around early leader Danny Creedon. Creedon and Danny Buck now in that second row. Cale Ross in the 112 Bridgeport regular started back in 14th position. Has worked his way up to second. Maresca is 5th. Loudon Reimer is in 6th. Loudon was in the redraw. He started back in 7th. Mike Guler saved the car. He almost spun her out down here after that last restart. He saved it. He's picked up several spots working his way back through. Guys, well, I'll tell you, there's so much to watch, I don't know what to call.
According to the record book, Kyle Smith has never won with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. The driver from Fleetwood, but probably 15 minutes from where we stand here, maybe a little
bit less.
Okay,
maybe, yeah.
No doubt about it, man. Wouldn't it be a big homecoming for him if he can hang on for another 35 laps?
Kid's doing an awesome job. And, you know, he's not just passing Joe Schmo out there. You know, Creedon, Buck, Reimer. He's passing the hot shoes and showing them up here tonight. So far, long way to go.
I'll refresh your memory, Earl. I know this is only your second year with us. Kyle Smith at Port Royal in the Speed Showcase 50 for the Sportsman. He and Logan Watt a couple of times duked it out for the win. When Kyle was in Sportsman, he is now second year in the Modifieds, or maybe it's his third year. So Kyle was a very accomplished driver, almost won at Port Royal in that Speed Showcase event when he was a Sportsman driver.
But talk about two different animals, a big half mile there, and pretty much, a fifth or a quarter mile here. Two different animals. He's a wheelman. He's proving it early on here.
Doing an outstanding job. Impressed with the 112, too. Cale Ross, he's a wheelman. I've watched him at Bridgeport and does an outstanding job, but, you know, not a lot of laps here. And to go from Bridgeport to here, the Little Bull Ring, he's doing a heck of a job as well.
All right, keep your eyes glued in that third row. Creedon and Buck in that third row. Then we've got Maresca and Reimbert. Then we've got Guler and the four of Perego, Go Down, and the 97 of Hackle. Matt Stangl getting the Algonquin Motel lap down go around, so he'll be back on the lead lap. Lead lap cars must go to the back on a caution flag. Here they come.
So the green flag comes out. Once again, a fantastic start by Kyle Smith. He'll work the top there in turns number 1 and 2. Danny Buck looked momentarily to the inside of Cale Ross. But Cale Ross keeping speed now with Kyle Smith. Nose to tail in turns 1 and 2.
Into the turn, we've got Kyle Smith leading, but not by a big margin right now as Cale Ross looks to put the pressure on. Buck getting by Creedon. He's now third, and Ross now side by side with Smith for the lead.
Ross will take it off of turn number 2, but it's not going to count as the caution flag waves. Dylan Stoyer comes to a stop on the bottom side in turn 4. Reason for the caution flag, but they did not get back to the line, so Cale Ross is going to have to go back to the second position.
Cale Ross showing his hand there, side by side made the move, but we did not get back and score that lap. So Kyle Smith remains on top, but he now knows he's got a challenge with Cale Ross. Buck getting by Creedon, picking up third. Reimert and Maresca still battling it out. Perego and Guler still battling it out. See if we can get these guys in this rhythm here like we did for about 15 laps early on in this feature. So Mike Guler won the initial race. Then Matt Williamson, Matt Shepard on the last corner last year. So we'll see if we have a fourth different winner.
We're watching Loudon Reimert, Mike Maresca. Impressed with Maresca too. Coming here for what I believe might be his first start here at Action Track USA, and doing a heck of a job. Reimert, he and Reimert having a whale of a battle. Loudon really sailing it in on the high side, and Maresca kind of working the bottom a little bit more. Wondering if Anthony Perego, although you can't really take your time, you can't really bide your time and wait for the second half, but Perego just kind of hanging around for now. See what the number 4 has up his sleeve as the race wears on.
Just so note, those of you who might not be familiar, Short Track Super Series drivers do get courtesy laps if they have a flat tire, so they're getting their courtesy laps right now. Officials are in radio communication with other series officials back in the pit area. So right now we're waiting for the 6 of Stoyer. He is back out. We're ready to get the field regrouped, and we'll go next time around. Kyle Smith, Earl, loves the outside. He's picking it again for this restart.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He knows he is the driver that's going to be granted to get on the loud pedal first when they get back to the Sunoco start zone, which going to be interesting to see where he enters the turn. Obviously, Cale Ross showed that the bottom is still there, but I like the line what Ross is running. He's running the diamond line where he swings it high going into the turn and diamonds it off the turn. So see what happens here on this restart. We get back underway. They drag race back down in the turns number 1 and 2. Ross is going to take the lead down the back stretches. We are 3 wide for 5th.
Charging through the corner, Ross and Smith trading a little wheel rub going into 1 and 2. And Cale Ross, the boss, is now your leader. Danny Buck battling with Kyle Smith for the number 2 spot into the turn, and Maresca has now worked by Reimert.
Danny Creedon did not have a great restart as he has fell back to that 6th position. Right now, this time by, we are going to have 30 laps to go. Your top 5 looks like this. Cale Ross is the leader. Ryan Smith running in 2nd. Danny Buck 3rd. Mike Maresca 4th. And Loudon Reimert in 5th.
Working down the back straightaway, Cale Ross has the lead now over Smith. Good battle, Danny Buck battling with Michael Maresca. Reimert battling.
Oh boy! Sorry, Jeff, but Cale Ross biked it in turn 2. My goodness, that could have been disastrous for him. And with that mistake, Kyle Smith 3 car lengths behind him.
Yeah, he caught that cushion and he saved it somehow. Cale Ross might be a little more conservative, and with that, Kyle Smith will move back in. Here comes Maresca around Creedon. He got by Reimert. Then a great battle. Bobby Hackle moving up some spots, battling past Perego and by the 53 of Guler.
You see Michael Maresca in that 7mm on your screen working the outside as we are going to be halfway next time by. We will have 25 laps in and 25 to go in the Berks County Brawl.
Here comes your leaders. Lap traffic may be on the horizon if we stay clean and green into the turn. Down the back straightaway now. It is still Michael Maresca on the move, trying to close in on Danny Buck. Loudon Reimert still battling now with Danny Creedon. And up front, Kyle Smith has a challenge here from Danny Buck, but we've got a car on the backstretch. We've got trouble on the backstretch. One of the infield tires is laying on the racetrack, rolling loose on the racetrack on the backstretch. Great work by our Flow camera crew. Yellow lights are on. We are past the halfway point. 26 laps have been recorded. So, Cale Ross, as you saw in that restart, Barry, they went down into the corner. Ross sort of took Kyle up the track just a little bit. They rubbed wheels and Cale got the lead. Kyle did a crossover move and couldn't get him.
Yeah, certainly nothing you would call dirty about that. It was just Ross did what he had to do and used up a lot of racetracks. Smith did a good job to keep it off the wall and off the 112. Great battle. You know, you're going to do what you got to do to maintain the race lead. Danny Buck running a solid third. Maresca, impressive again in fourth. Creed and Reimer, now the 216s, having a good little scuffle out there for position number 5.
Guys, I wish we really had a camera on Cale Ross about a handful of laps ago because I'm going to say he was wrecking. Literally, he was wrecking. Brings it back down and still remains a leader. Unbelievable drive by Cale Ross, but the track surface a little tricky out there. However, it's the same for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So
it's got some character. There's no question about it. It's elbows up, cowboy racing. Here we go.
Ross picked the outside lane like Smith did the last couple of times. We're back to green with 26 in the book. Here comes Smith going after Ross following the restart.
Maresca was able to break into third, looking to take that runner-up spot away from Kyle Smith. Drag race in down the back stretch, but the caution flag waves once again. Car coming to a stop in turn number 4.
51 Ryan Krachin, the car that's in trouble over there. Just came to a stop. We don't know if he's got a tire issue or something else. Krachin is driving it back to the pit, so it might be something else wrong.
The left sides appear to be up. You can see the right side on the 51. Wonder what happened to Creedon on that restart. He just dropped like a rock, started going backwards through the pack.
As you said, Barry, the track is tricky. We saw that early on. Mike Gooler, it happened to him. He almost lost it, saved it, but he lost several spots on one of those early restarts. He's been trying to fight his way back through ever since. He's just outside the top 5. Alex Jankowski's had a quiet night, starting back in 15th position, but the 84 wide Millman's Napa Auto Parts entry is slowly working toward a top 5.
Jankowski has 7 wins to his name in modified competition in the 2026 season coming into the Berks County Raw, as we are getting word that the 51 of Ryan Krachin is done in this one. So the lineup is good. Caution lights go out. Once again, we go green at the Sunoco start zone and turn 4. Cale Ross, he will be the driver that can get on the loud pedal first as the field approaches the restart zone. Green flag comes back out. We get back underway. Ross works back up high once again in turn 2. Maresca goes down low. He'll take that second spot away from Kyle Smith.
Yeah, Michael Maresca still picking him up. He's up to second. Whoa, Gooler now bicycles it in turn 3, and he will stop and bring out a caution flag. Michael Maresca caught the lip over there in turn number 3 and brings out the caution. Maresca moved up the second spot. We got a good part of the field across. See if Gooler is able to continue. We've got a FloRacing replay.
This is on the restart. Keep your eye on the right side of your screen.
Oh, I think he caught a wheel. It wasn't the racetrack. He hopped the wheel going into turn number 3 to Mike Gooler. He was on the outside of another driver. He hopped the right rear wheel, and that's what sent him up across the racetrack.
And it looks like not really any damage to the 53, and he's going to be able to rejoin this field.
What did he tell you, Jeff Allen, down there in the redraw? We're ready. We're going to beat the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Guess what? What's he doing?
Yeah.
Beating it up pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's taking a licking and keeps on ticking. He's going to restart at the back of the pack.
So now you have Michael Maresca. He's in that second position. He will restart to the inside of Cale Ross. Ross, once again, going to go to the outside when the field comes back to green. But Michael Maresca started 5th. Right now, he's contending to try to wrestle the lead away from Cale Ross when the field comes back to green.
All right, waiting for Matt Stengel. He's in the pits getting his tire changed. So Cale Ross again picking the top. Mike Maresca's on the bottom. Then we got Buck and Smith second row. Reimert and now Jankowski in that third row. Joe Toth, another one quietly working his way through the race now. Joe, a former short track Super Series sportsman champion in his career. Getting some modified laps in tonight. Toth and Creedon, Hackle and Perego. Lights are out. We're going to come to green this time. Ross is on the outside this time. Here we go. Lights out. Cale Ross on the top. Maresca's on the bottom. Back to green.
What does Maresca do? Hangs tough down low. He'll take the lead down the back straightaway. Does a stick in the 3. Ross sails it up high. Off the 4. Ross is still going to hang on by a car length.
Into the turn. Danny Buck might have a problem now. Buck slowing here on the front straightaway, and he gets tangled up with the 97 of Hackle. Danny Buck broke coming down the front straightaway. Bobby Hackle had no place to go and got tangled up behind him. Danny Buck had a problem going down the backstretch, or down the front stretch, I should say, and his car rolls to a stop on the backstretch. Bobby Hackle had no place to go and got tangled up with him coming into the turn.
So drivers being told to restart order over the one-way radio system. Michael Maresca showed Cale Ross at the bottom still there.
You bet. Ross so good running that high side, but Maresca's got something for him. He was able to hang with the race leader that time. Ross was working hard to maintain the advantage. How about Kid Rocket now? Slowly, steadily. Alex Jankowski working his way forward. He's going to restart 4th.
Jankowski just carving his way through the field. He won last weekend with the series up at the Lebanon Valley Speedway. Can he do it again? 21 laps to go. Green flag comes back out.
Working out of the turn. Ross knows he's got a challenger now. Into the turn. A nice smooth run along the outside lane, but Maresca has a good dig on the bottom lane coming out of turn 2, and he grabs the lead. Maresca leading Ross. Jankowski will go to the outside around Smith and grab 3rd.
Kid Rocket Alex Jankowski will move up into that 3rd position. 77 of Kyle Smith not having a great restart as Loudon Reimer looks down low, but now he's going to be challenged by Joe Toth. How about Toth having a good run right now?
Yeah, we said keep your eye on him. He's been quietly working his way through the field. Right now, Maresca leading and Kyle Ross not that far behind. Right now, Jankowski switching to the outside lane. Smith is in 4th, side-by-side battle. Loudon Reimer battling it out with Joe Toth.
17 laps to go this time by Cale Ross still keeping pace with the leader. Michael Maresca, Alex Jankowski running 3rd. Kyle Smith still in 4th. The Loudon Reimer rounds out the top 5.
Down the straightaway, Jankowski now beginning to move in to challenge Cale Ross. Ross keeping Maresca in his view now as they work into the turn. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd evenly divided, working out of turn 4, and Reimer side by side with Kyle Smith.
Michael Maresca looking to get his 3rd win with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series in modified competition. The last time he won with the series was back on March 18th of 2023 at the Selinsgrove Speedway.
Working down the back straightaway now. It's still side by side. Loudon Reimer and Kyle Smith battling hard for position. Jankowski now moving in, trying to get that number 2 spot away from Cale Ross, and Ross is still only about 4 steps behind leader Michael Maresca with lap traffic on the horizon.
12 laps to go. We got a top 3 car breakaway as Maresca got a little sideways there on the entry in turns 1 and 2. Are we going to have a photo finish in this one as we are officially in lap traffic?
Yes, we are. Maresca to the inside goes by Dylan Stoyer now. Right now, Cale Ross battling it out with Alex Jankowski for the number 2 spot. Loudon Reimert has moved his way past the 77 of Kyle Smith. Following them is Joe Toth into the turn. Cale Ross caught behind a lap car.
Jankowski trying to make something happen, pulls alongside Ross again, off before. Does he hang on? Ross by nose takes second. Jankowski with another run down low off of 2.
You're inside the final 10 right now. Jankowski side by side with Cale Ross, and they're both not far behind leader Michael Maresca. Maresca never saw Action Track, but he's running a whale of a race.
We're going to have 6 laps to go in the Berks County Brawl. Still, what a great battle behind the leader, Michael Maresca, between Cale Ross and Jankowski. Alex Jankowski will take that Millman Napa Auto Parts down low, trying to get underneath Cale Ross. 5 laps to go this time by.
Here comes Maresca. Heavier lap traffic is coming up now, and Ross is still fighting back the challenges of Alex Jankowski as they work down the back. Heading into the turn, Ross still high, Jankowski low. Maresca with the lead.
4 laps to go. Maresca still has a half straightaway lead over the field. The battle still rages on for that runner-up spot between Cale Ross and Alex Jankowski. What a great battle as Maresca having a little bit of trouble getting through lap traffic right now as Cale Ross and Alex Jankowski closing in on the leader at a rapid pace.
Yes, they are working into the turn. Here's a change of position now as Jankowski will make his way past Cale Ross. Ross returns the favor in 1 and 2, and Jankowski gets him back going down the backstretch.
Wind sticks are in the air 2 more times around. Jankowski has made his way up into the runner-up spot, closing in on the leader of Michael Maresca. Maresca having a little bit of trouble with the lap car. He'll go down. Barron's Performance white flag is out. Final time around.
Heading into the turn, we had the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go, and now the Barron's white flag. The top 3 are under a blanket, working their way down the back straightaway. Maresca to the outside. Here comes 3 wide for the win. Off the corner, it looks like we have another photo finish, and Cale Ross, I think, stole the win away from Michael Maresca over Alex Jankowski. Another Berks County Brawl photo finish.
What a unbelievable finish here at Action Track USA. Cale Ross was able to steal the victory lane at the start-finish line to get underneath Michael Maresca. Alex Jankowski still finishing in that 3rd position. That is your unofficial results, but another photo finish here at Action Track USA. It's never over till it's over.
0.014 seconds. The distance, the difference between 1st and 2nd, Indy 500, hold our beer.
No doubt about it. Race fans, we thank you so very much for coming out here. Action Track USA, as you see the top 10 on your screen for everyone tuning in at home on FloRacing. Don't forget, we come right back here in August. If you'd like to look at the complete Short Track Super Series schedule, you could check out our website at www.shorttracksuperseries.com. But Cale Ross getting his first ever Short Track Super Series win in fine fashion. Jeff Allen making his way down to Victory Lane. Victory Lane presented by Bicknell Racing Products with the STSS. As he has made his way down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause as Cale Ross is going to join Jeff Allen down at Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
Thank you very much, Weak Neck Archery, Action Track Victory Lane, Bicknell Racing Products, Short Track Super Series Victory Lane. How about it, folks? 3 wide coming out of turn 4. The top 3 to the finish line. And Cale Ross, the boss, gets his first ever Short Track Super Series win, edging out Michael Maresca and Alex Jankowski at the wire. We hope you enjoyed this one. Another photo finish for the modifieds here at Action Track USA. 600s are yet to go here tonight. All right, he's about ready to get out of the car. The B&T Tools, Husqvarna Sales, RAS Processing Equipment, and Will Auto Body, number 112 in Victory Lane. He's climbing out of the car, and he can hear you. It's Cale Ross. Cale Ross, his first ever short track Super Series race, and he's been trying for a little while. Hey, Cale, congratulations. You had a great battle there early on with Kyle Smith to get the lead, and then several restarts trying to hold off everybody else, and then an unbelievable wild last lap. You lost the lead, and you never gave up.
Yeah, I thought Maresca had me there, and I just kept digging and digging, and then Alex was there, and then we were getting Alex back, and this place is just absolutely insane. It's just so fast. I am so out of breath. I'm too old for this shit.
No, you're not. Yeah, you know, you were battling for dear life just to hold on to second there after Mike got by, and you and Alex traded the second spot numerous times.
Yeah, the top was that was kind of what I liked in the heat race, and it was just super treacherous. So it was just hold it to the floor and cowboy up, and sometimes you hit it and sometimes you didn't, and luckily we were able to make it work.
One time over there in turn 2, you almost didn't make it.
Yeah, there were some times where I was looking at the sky during that race, so but I just absolutely have to thank everybody. I got some special guests here tonight. We got Ben, we got Wayne, we got Mike Krachin here. We got a lot of people in town. Johnny Klinke, we got Jeans here. This is awesome. Boo's here too. So many great sponsors that stick with me when we don't run that great, and this is a really big deal.
You told me before you got out of the car, I didn't even see the checkered. What was that last lap like when you were digging on the bottom?
Honestly, I mean, I was just going for broke, and there's no time here to look at anything. I mean, especially when you got lap cars in front of you and you're trying to plan your next move, and there's just cars everywhere. So yeah, it's I was really glad to hear that checkered came out. So
enjoy it. How does it feel?
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Awesome crowd too.
Congratulations.
Yep. Thank you.
There you go, Cale Ross, the winning driver in tonight's short track Super Series event, takes the 50-lap $5,000 victory. Michael Maresca, you said you never saw Action Track. Oh, so close.
Yeah, close. He won. He did a good job. You know, hats off to him, and I can't wait to go home.
You know what? You have raced so many places in your career. You've raced on different size tracks, you know, so this is a new adventure for you tonight.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Actually, you know, I navigating her all around the track. I knew, you know, lap traffic was going to be huge here, and I didn't really know what to do. I was like, I knew he was good on the top, so it was just, I don't know, it was a crapshoot, but it was a lot of fun. It was a tight track. You know, they get a little bit smoother. It'd be a lot of fun. I think at the end there when some of the, you know, rough got knocked down, it was a lot of fun. You could race all over it.
All right, Mike, thanks for coming down. Good run.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Weeknight Archery. Really wanted to win that one for them, but appreciate all their support. Randy, Frank, Austin, my family at home. Appreciate all the support and letting me do this.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Maresca, he was number 2 tonight. Alex Jankowski, Mr. Late Race last Thursday. Mr. Late Race again, 3 wide coming out of turn 4 for the checker. You threw your hat in the ring.
Yeah, I really just messed up in time trials, and it was a really hard night. You know, hats off to everybody, Tim and Debbie Millman, and, you know, kept me and Bates working pretty hard all night. Just hard to pass without, you know, parking it on their nose. Just a really small track that's really rough, and just really proud to have another top 3 here. You know, hats off to everybody that came. We used to, a lot of familiar faces here, you know, around the speedsters and slingshots and Paul Latier and that. Just so many names I haven't seen really, well, only when we come here. So I really like the crowd here, and it's good seeing some people that, you know, I grew up racing slingshots with and stuff. So I don't know, hopefully we could just kind of keep digging, and we'll hit Fonda Saturday with Corey Wilcox and just keep rolling.
Thanks for being here. Good run.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Alex Jankowski, he is your 3rd place finisher. Michael Maresca is 2nd. One more time, he can hear you. Cale Ross. We're going to get over here and do the 50-50. We're going to get Cale to pick a ticket here. Here's your ticket. If you have it, come to the gate here at the flagger stand. 607053. 607053. 607053. 607053. 607053. 607053. We thank you for playing along. $576 is yours. 576 in the 50-50. Again, 607053. Weak Neck Archery Action Track Victory Lane and Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Again, our next series race will be coming up soon. June 14th, the Makeup Brookfield race for the Sportsmen, and June 21st for the Modifieds at Devil's Bowl Speedway. We still have 600 racing to go yet for the Hyper Racing 600s here at Action Track USA. And on behalf of the Short Track Super Series, Earl Hoon Jr., I'd like to say thanks to the Action Track staff for a great hospitality, Doug Rose and Rich Tobias. Thanks to everybody, and thanks to all of you great fans for coming out tonight. It's been a blast on another great modified feature here. All right, we're going to go back up to Earl Hoon and Barry Angstadt, and Barry will take you through tonight's 600 feature.
Thank you, Jeff Allum, as Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane continues here at the Action Track USA in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Barry Angstadt, we got one more feature coming along here when we're done there down at Victory Lane, but still, we talked about the Indy 500 finish. But my goodness, the modified guys literally said, hold my beer and watch this, and we had a photo finish.
Just unbelievable. I never would have predicted that final lap to turn out the way it did, but you just never know what's going to happen. And I think Jeff and Cale mentioned it down there. It never gave up. Ross never gave up, and it paid off for him.
No doubt about it. So while Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane still continue, we're going to take a short commercial break here on FloRacing. When we come back, we are going to have the starting lineup for tonight's feature event for the 600 micro sprints.
Welcome back, everyone, to Action Track USA here on the Kutztown Fairgrounds. Our hearts are still pounding after that thrilling modified finish. Can't ask for much more. 3 wide off the final corner, drag racing to the line, and a win by .014 seconds. Congratulations to Cale Ross. Michael Maresca ran a great race. Nothing to hang his head about. Now the 600 sprints. And if you've never seen them here, hang on, folks. They never disappoint. This one's going to be a barn burner as well. Starting lineup. On the pole, driving the 4J, Delaware's Julian Rexroad. Second starter, out of Wind Gap, the Z71, Michael Nolf. Lining up third from Zionsville, that's Dominic Schmidt in car number 3. And going fourth, the 6 of Hollywood, Colin White. JT Bierman, the 76, will start in 5th. And going 6th, it'll be car number 5 of Logan Mears. The 86, Adam Bouchel, will line up in 7th. And going 8th, driving the Orange Crush, number 99, the natural Briggs Danner. 9th starter, the winner here back on May 3rd, the 5B, Christian Bruno. Going 10th, the 12S, Brianna Snyder. 11th starter in the number 18, Zach Beeler. Going 12th, it'll be Nate Freed in car number 91. 13th, it's Zach Curtis, the 21C. And in 14th, driving the 2L, Luke Hess. The number 13, Wayne Scott, will start back in 15th. And in 16th, it's the 66, Billy Koch. Way back, mired in 17th starting spot, the Wheelmaster General, the 71, Timmy Buckwalder. Going 18th, driving car number 44, the Icon, Pat Beeler. 19th starter, Kate Mattern, in car number 22K. 20th in the lineup, homegrown Kutztown's own Jared Kunkel, the 75K. Then it is the 10L of Lucas Kostick, the 11Z Kyle Lick, the 14C Connor Gross, the 9X Connor Mirabelli, the 23M Kenny Miller III, the 10G Mason Peters, the 78 Aiden Donaldson, the 95 of James Roselli, and the 56 Tyler Henry. That's the field. Get ready for some hardcore, foot to the floor, full bore, hyper racing 600 sprint action. 25 laps the distance. We're green. Battle for the race lead off turn number 4. Colin White's going to set the pace on lap number 1. Rexroad rolling around the bottom, challenging White. Colin, though, big momentum, and we've got yellow for a problem here in corner number 1. At least 2 cars involved. One of them driving away quickly. It looks to be the 18 of Zach Beeler. And that is, yes, the 10G of Mason Peters. Getting the lineup set. Want to keep them single file so that we can make sure everybody is in the proper position. One lap was scored, 1 down. Again, we want to recognize GMI First for sponsoring the event here tonight, the entire event. Their unmatched quality and workmanship cannot be beat at GMI First as they design, build, install, and service the major mechanical systems that go into every building, including electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. GMI First, located at 328 Buttonwood Street in the heart of Reading, Pennsylvania. Also want to thank the good folks at Weak-Necked Archery. With over 64 years of hands-on archery experience, get all your bow questions answered by their experienced bow technicians. Located just up the road at 159 Coots Mill Road in Kutztown. One-stop shop for all your archery hunting needs. That's Weak-Necked Archery. And Izzy Trucking and Rigging out of Edison, New Jersey. Our Fan Zone sponsor this season. Over 50 years of machinery moving and transportation experience. Izzy Trucking and Rigging, the Northeast premier heavy haul trucking and rigging company, as we go back to green. And immediate yellow, maybe red. Big, big pile up here in the front straightaway. Pat Beeler is sitting down there in the 44. I believe Connor Mirabelli, the 9X. I see the right side wheels up in the air. He is sitting on the hood of the 95 of James Roselli. Mason Peters, the 10G back there. Zach Beeler already climbed partially out of his car. Yeah, we see Tyler Henry's car parked here along the inside, but I think he just stopped. That's where Tyler stopped, wasn't really involved. 22K of Kate Mattern. Here on the front stretch, the 2L of Luke Hess. Those of you watching at home on FloRacing, you see that's the 9X Connor Mirabelli. And now we can see the 14C Connor Gross also in the middle. And there is Connor talking to track co-owner Rich Tobias, explaining what happened from his vantage point. Nate Freed, the sharp-looking number 91. See the left front wheel torn off of that car. Front end of Pat Beeler's 44 on the hook. (10L) Lucas Kostek down here along the inside of the front straightaway, just kind of getting away from the pile. 11Z Kyle Lick sitting down there. Now that some of the cars are cleared, we can see that race car. New look this year for the 9X of Connor Mirabelli. Really nice graphics package on the 9X. And unfortunately, I believe Mirabelli's evening will come to an early end. Pretty significant front end damage on that 9X of Mirabelli. believe I see the tail tank of the 75K, Jared Kunkel, right by the flag stand as well. Got involved in that. Yeah, there you can see the right front, how badly bent that right front is on Mirabelli's car, those watching at home. Jared Kunkel able to drive away the 75K under his own power. That's a good thing. They are pushing the 11Z of Kyle Lick down into the infield grass. Kenny Miller making a pit stop, now headed back onto the racetrack. '95 of James Roselli now on the hook. Unfortunately, racing out in the Midwest over the weekend, hustling home to be able to compete here tonight. Disappointing ending. While we get the rest of the cars cleaned up and the field ready to go once again, we're going to take a quick timeout here on FloRacing. We'll be back for the remainder of the 600 feature in just a few minutes. Perfect timing. Field just refired, and they begin to roll once again. After a huge pileup, we counted at least 11 cars involved in that one here on the front straightaway. Fortunately, all the drivers okay. That's always the best news. Some of the cars, not so much. Some who were involved are going to be able to restart. Several of them, though, off on the hook. Significant damage. One lap has been scored here in the Hyper Racing 600 Sprint main event. 24 to go. Colin White, car number 6, the race leader. Julian Rexroad. It's been a good night for Rexroad here. Good to see. Julian showing some speed. The racer out of Harrington, Delaware, in the 4J, currently sitting in second spot. Z71 of Mike Nolf out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, occupying the third position at the moment. 3 of Dominic Schmidt will restart in fourth. The 99, Briggs Danner, in fifth. 76, JT Bierman, restarting sixth. Then Logan Mears in the 5, Adam Bouchel, the 86, Christian Bruno, the 5B, and should be the 12S, Brianna Snyder, rounding out the top 10. Two by two, field ready to get back to business. Here they come off turn 4. Good restart for the race leader, Colin White. Out front, Mike Nolf on the hammer, off corner number 2. He's going to grab that runner-up spot, dropping Rexroad back to third. Danner running the lip, ripping the lip through 1 and 2. Watch that number 99. Dave Bodine and Briggs Danner have that car hooked up, dialed in. Danner's taking her to the front. Here comes your leader, Colin White, off corner number 4. Opening his lead now, it's almost half a straightaway, and we've got one car turned around atop the banking in corner number 1. So yellow here with 4 laps complete. Wayne Scott, the number 13. The car bringing out the yellow. Four down, 21 remaining. And we'll see if the driver out of Kearney's Point, New Jersey, Wayne Scott, will be able to refire. Tag the back of the field. Colin White, Michael Nolf, the 6 and the Z71 will share the front row for this restart. The 4J of Julian Rexroad and the 99 of Briggs Danner in row number 2. Then it's the 3 of Dominic Schmidt and the 76 JT Bierman side by side in row number 3. The 5 of Logan Mears, the 86 Adam Bouchel. Restarting 7th and 8th as we go back to green once again. White down around the bottom this time. Nolf, though, with a good run off the middle of turn 2, keeping the leader within his sights. White by a couple of car lengths as we put lap number 5 on the board. Danner to the outside of Rexroad. Danner now to third. Rexroad dealing with JT Bierman. That is the fight for fourth. Colin White slowly, steadily pulling away with the race lead. One more time. Mike Nolf solidly in that runner-up spot. Danner trying to reel him in and challenge for second spot. Then it is Rexroad still hanging on to fourth, but he's got JT Bierman breathing down his neck along with Dominic Schmidt. Schmidt looking strong, running fast, along with Logan Mears in the 5 car. Good showing for both of those drivers here in limited starts at Action Track USA. But it is Colin White by nearly half a straightaway with 10 complete and 15 to go. Danner now has caught Michael Nolf. Briggs looking to the inside. Nolf says nothing there. Now Danner feeling the heat. JT Bierman, that's 76. Came to play and play hard here tonight. Bierman getting by Danner. Briggs trying to return the favor, can't do it. Bierman to third, and he will fight with Michael Nolf for the runner-up spot. We're halfway home. 13 down, 12 to go. Bierman off the top, yellow is out. Car sitting sideways over there in corner number 2. The 95 of Roselli, who'd come back out after being involved in that melee here on the front straightaway. Now he'll go to the back once again with 14 complete and 11 to go. And JT Bierman now in the runner-up position. Does he have anything for race leader Colin White? Still Colin White, Michael Nolf on the front row. Bierman will restart third. Danner is fourth. Julian Rexroth hanging in there in the top 5. He is 5th. Logan Mears, the 5 car, will restart 6th. Dominic Schmidt into number 3, now back to 7th. How about charging from the back of the pack? He was the final qualifier in our last B-main. They call him the Thriller. Kenny Miller up to position number 8. Miller started 25th in the field, has gained 17 positions so far. Now, we said the final qualifier, there were some provisionals added to the starting lineup. That's why Kenny did not start dead last, but still 25th to now run 8th in the first 14 laps of this one. Keep an eye on the 23M. Timmy Buckwalter started 17th. He is running 9th. Here we go. Colin White, Michael Nolf, JT Bierman, the top 3. White dashing out immediately, opening up a couple of car length advantage. Bierman took a shot down to the inside of Nolf for second. Nolf defended off the challenge. Bierman falling back to third. Now Danner has lost another spot. Danner fading back to 5th. That's Logan Mears on the charge. The 5 of Mears to 4th, working on Bierman for 3rd. We're going to have a 3-car fight for the runner-up spot. Nolf, Bierman, and Mears. Miller working the low side under Briggs Danner. That is the scuffle for position number 5. How about 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th? All just about under a blanket. Meanwhile, Hollywood, Colin White prancing away with this one, opening up another big lead. Laps beginning to wind down. It's going to be 5 to go this time. New runner-up, JT Bierman, and he's got company. Kenny Miller, 25th to 2nd with 5 to go. Miller, 2nd, Bierman, 3rd, Tanner now climbing back up to 4th, and we've got one turned around in the middle of corners 1 and 2. Yellow, yellow. $10G of Mason Peters. The car bringing out the caution. Mason out of Chickasha, Pennsylvania. 22 complete, 3 to go. Now Colin White, another big lead wiped out by the caution. Anybody out there thinking Kenny Miller's got one more run in him? 25th to 2nd for Miller. And now he's got a shot at the leader. Because White had checked out by the time Kenny got up and into the runner-up position. Of course, White was gone, but now the yellow. Now we are within 5 to go. Action Track USA rules in the features stipulate when we've got 5 laps or less remaining, then we go single file for the restarts. So this one will be nose to tail. Here we go with 22 complete. Miller looking to the outside. White off the bottom. That's just about a dead heat with 2 laps remaining. White firing off the bottom. Miller, though, a lot of momentum coming off the high side. Oh, they may have rubbed wheels down in turn 4. Kenny Miller to the front. Miller to the lead with the white flag waving. Down the back chute for the final time. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Kenny Miller, 25th to 1st. Colin White led them all except the final lap to finish 2nd. Well, the finish wasn't quite as close as that modified race for the win, but a lot of drama in this one too. Kenny Miller III out of Morgantown, Pennsylvania, picking up the win after starting 25th. Miller, White, and Bierman. Yeah, Kenny even had to make a pit stop during that one. We're going to go down and talk to him about that as he parks in victory lane. Kenny Miller will be climbing out, and we're headed down to have a chat with him. Thank you for the cheer, folks, as I was headed down. Let's do it again. How about it for Kenny Miller in victory lane? 25th to first. Who says you can't win from starting in the back? And you had to make a pit stop. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I usually don't do anything cool, but that felt pretty good. I mean,
it was pretty cool.
Goodness. Yeah, that was great. I told my dad, I don't know, whatever we did with that left rear, put it back, because we got to come back here next year with the same setup, because that was awesome. I'm out of breath. It's really rough out there, and I was trying to go wherever I could, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but I was in like third or fourth, and I knew we were really good, and I could really make up a lot of time down there in 3 and 4, but everybody was kind of plugging that hole down there. But yeah, I couldn't believe to see that yellow with 3 to go, and yeah, I sailed it in there to 1, and Colin ran me great, so hats off to him. But yeah, this is pretty cool.
This is pretty cool, no doubt about it. I don't know, did you catch a piece of the big pileup here in the front straightaway, or what had you back in the pits?
No, I got a flat when that first yellow was, and then I rolled off, and I'm sitting down there, and then I hear red, 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 and then I haul butt back to the pits, and we made a pit stop. So thanks to my dad and Chase for that, because obviously we wouldn't be here if we didn't get that tire back on. So yeah, hats off to Weichel Sportswear, Ken Cycle Repair, Butler Built Seats, Kelly Race Fuels, my mom, dad, fans, Rebecca's standing right there. So yeah, it's pretty neat.
You're the car owner now too, right, on this thing? So not only picking up an exciting win as a driver, but car owner's got to be pretty proud too.
Yeah, I blamed myself when we ran third, but I don't really think that had anything to do with me. It was everybody, like I said, that changed that tire back there, because I guarantee you I was the idiot that put the tire on in the first place that probably wasn't flat. So
great job, buddy. Kenny Miller III, victorious in our 600 main event. Colin, do you mind? Sorry. So you're pointing to the right front. Tell the folks who can't see it why you're pointing to it.
It looks like the right front shock must have folded in over one of those craters out there, but whatever, man. I thought I had this one. It was a handful. I was dying out there, but no, it's nice to be back up front and running good. It's been a long time since I've raced, so and last week I got like a lap and hit the tires and destroyed the car. So no, it felt good. I wanted this win bad, but second sucks. But
and I'm thinking, yeah, we've been there before, right? I'm guessing with the shock you could feel it. The car, not handling the way it did because of that bent shock. That's why you hung the bottom, right? You stuck to the bottom.
Yeah, I probably did it on the top, hitting like it was doing wheel stands and stuff like crazy going in the corner. But I don't know. I think I was better on the top in 3 and 4, and 1 and 2 I felt good on the bottom. But I got real tight on the start. I shifted and I got tight, and he got to my outside. I messed up this corner too, so it's all right. I mean, he made it through the field, so he was obviously probably faster than us. So it is what it is.
You had speed, though. You got to be happy. Showed a lot of speed, and hey, come back and get them next time.
Yes, sir.
Colin White finishing a hard-earned, well-deserved runner-up. And here's another guy. Come on up to the front of the car. Great job. Finally, you had some luck on your side. You've had speed, JT Bierman, but a little bit of luck, and you drove the heck out of this thing to finish third. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. If I didn't get so tired there, I think we might have had something. But, man, can't say enough to my dad for busting his butt on this car and getting me a new Suzuki. Tom Hendershott's got our program moving in the right direction. And, man, if I don't get tired here, I think I could freaking win one.
Maybe some jogging, get into a jogging program or something. But great job, buddy. You wheeled the heck out of it. Other than that, who do you need to thank?
Yeah, More Tire Center, Radical Race Gear, All County Garage Door, Collette & Sons Industrial Services, Hendershot Race Engines, Bank Tree Care, TSL Shocks, APS Powder Coating, and everyone else. Jeff Strawley for always help at the track every week. I don't have a lot of crew guys, but he's always there for every race I have. So thank you if you're watching right now. And thanks to anyone else that pitches in.
All right, congratulations. I think we're going to talk to you up there. You keep up showing this kind of speed.
Hopefully, just need to go to the gym.
There we go. He knows what he's got to do to improve a couple of spots. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you heading out already. Thank you so much for being here with us. What an awesome night of racing at Action Track USA. Remember, the Short Track Super Series Modifieds return for a second engagement this year. First week of August, the Wednesday night of the Kutztown Fair. They'll be back. The 600s, of course, here with us each and every week. We're back Wednesday, June the 3rd, with the Ronnie Tobias Memorial. And then on Wednesday, June 10th, the super late models will be here along with street stocks and the 600s. So it's going to be an awesome couple of weeks coming up here at Action Track USA. On behalf of Brett Deo and the Short Track Super Series, Jeff Allum, Earl Hoon Jr., Rich Tobias, Doug Rose, the whole crew here at Action Track USA. Thanks for being here. Thanks to those of you watching on Flow. Good night, everybody.